Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing today? I have a GME put. Good for you, Netsaculon. I'm ready to get hurt. You ready to get hurt again? Well, we'll see. There may still be some gamma exposure today. I just want to hold 196 and possibly get some volume traded above it. Thank you, Hartley. As always, your constant attention to my skin is appreciated. Do you have a video explaining short hedge funds being short volatility? Not yet. I do occasionally take vitamins, which reminds me. DM do new tunes. I saw it and I haven't heard it. As far as I know, no FTD reports so far. Grain futures up? Let's check out the grain ETF. Dude, grains are ripping. Son of a bitch, I'm in. Would long holding SQQQ and selling covered calls on it be viable or too risky? It's not terrible if you can sell the covered calls on a dip. I've done it before. You're likely to get called away at some point. But you have to do the math on the rate of decay as the market keeps going up. So T+2 for FTD report would be today. No, today would be T+1. It was due yesterday. What's with the 50-cent puts expiring on January 21st? Volatility hedge. Jesper. If you had missed funding your options for yesterday morning and funds just cleared today, this morning, would you wait or say fuck it and roll with 205C 210s? Hypothetically, of course. I mean, I guess you could. I'm not buying. I'm probably not going to buy. I might buy like a weekly to play today, but I'm not buying like a bunch of weeklies for this week. I already called once this morning. I was reading some, very bullish crypto DD. And a bunch of people were saying that, like, loopring, because as gas fees went up, loopring could, like potential price targets for loopring are like $60 a coin. It's over on Reddit. I don't know shit about it, so it sounds great to me. Sponsored by Big Crypto. My price target's like $2 because that was its high. Yeah, I read that. Loopring CEOs and neckbeard. That was cool. Nope. No weekly. Did you read yesterday's DD and today's? I didn't write a weekly because I had nothing to say, and I wasn't just going to take a bunch of screenshots of bullish oscillators. I have a DD that I'm writing, but it's significantly longer and is going to take me some time. No, I shaved the neck part, VWAP. Projected forward with inflation and the demand isn't going anywhere. Huh. That's interesting. I wonder if I can look that up on here. Probably not. No. Which is annoying because it used to show futures contracts. Dylan, it's in the daily DD. But I think it was ETF FTD covering some Coinbase FOMO and a little bit of gamma exposure. Fidelity be shortable down 100K. Yeah, I know, Conrad. Kraken doesn't let you trade LRC in Canada. That's fucking lame. Jax, you're 100% correct. Everything is not a short attack. Sometimes people sell. But they did just borrow 100,000 shares, and that is our opening volume. While circumstantial, it does look a little bit like shorting. Ooh, what did Visa do? Ah, awesome. What happened to the FTD report? I haven't seen it yet. They failed to deliver it, ironically. I like that we bounced on 196. That's good. $23 million FTDs in 21. What do you mean, Jose? You unbelievable piece of shit. Ah. Watching you eat equals lamb. You're lamb. I was hungry. If you don't like it, Ada Vishnu, go fuck yourself. I have to sit here for 7.5 hours to eat something. Fucking teenagers. Eat harder. Latest WeBull update, reverse the y-axis on mouse movement. You have to slide down to shrink? What? The fuck are you talking about, Harley? So it's like piloting a jet? Shh, Fluffy, so don't tell them. You see all the open interest at 950 for January 2020? 2022? Yes. T Walker. I do. It's just doing the same thing as everything else. Whoa. What the fuck was that gap down? I don't know, Dilly Dillerson. I hope 0 after yours. Charlie's a fucking nut job, Jose. I don't care what he does. But 23 million FTDs in 2021 on GameStop. Glad he's figured out how to add numbers together. Support holding. Fluffy Osa made that, not me. But it is amazing. Do you eat oatmeal? Occasionally. He's our nut job. I don't want to claim him. Thanks, Bastion. You deserve to get rich as fuck too, man. Ah, yes, the retail sell-off. Of course. Would you look at a ticker for a donation? I'll look at a ticker if you don't donate money and tell me what ticker it is. But if you donate money, I'm not going to look at it because you said that. I know Cat is all about excavation equipment, but can you please make it stop drilling to the center of the earth? My November 200s are kind of upset right now. I'm guessing the Dow's down. Yeah, Dow's down a 0.1. Yeah. It's just thing is they didn't spike IV very hard, so are you expecting more FTDs today than yesterday? And I'm not expecting any FTDs today. I expect some gamma exposure to play out. Why is GameStop tracking the Dow? It's fucking weird. Maybe the Russell 1K is also selling off. Thank you, the Warthog. I appreciate that. Kind of messed up you're making them not donate money. Dell? I was looking at this a while ago. It's down 50% on no news. I'd imagine that the news is they have shitty computers. Holy fuck. That's funny. Uh, I have no idea what's going on here. Oh, did they do a reverse split? I think they did a. I think they might have done a reverse split. IWF is ripping. All right. Does this push back your options play? No, not related. It's exactly half, so probably. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. A split. No, not a split. Or maybe, yeah, a split. 2-to-1 split. Not a reverse split. Stop loss. Searching for people buying in yesterday. Probably. Is Nutsaculon rich yet? What do you expect the resistance to be? Maybe back down here. Hey, we already got smashed down through the long-term trend. Cat coming back. Yay! Cat can't die. Ooh, Spotify coming back too. What's the market doing? U.S. retail sales up 16.9% for weekend October 30th year over year, up 15.7% for the first 4 weeks of October. What the fuck? That's good news. Is GameStop not U.S. retail? The whole sector's up and GameStop's down. What are you expecting the resistance to be? Maybe here. I mean, Cat just keeps bouncing from like 198 to 206, and there's a lot of money to be made in that kind of thing. We need some more bad news so GME can go up. Seriously. Olin, I had a discussion on whether steel was in backwardation or contango. Contango. Nothing makes sense anymore. I think I saw your guys' conversation. I was really interested in steel. They baited people into call options. They did. That's why I didn't buy any. I mean, I told you guys it was going to come down after they finished covering. This action should have been expected, right? Well, Lignomo, retail's selling all the shares that they bought yesterday because Jenna Owens left, right? So the 4 million shares that retail purchased yesterday because Jenna Owens left, they've decided to sell most of them today. Obviously. You should write for Yahoo Finance. Loopring's still $1.30. It fucking hit $1.45. Holy shit. That's insane. How much Loopring do you own? Like 1,200? I didn't buy a lot. But I'm up, you know, almost 300%. Or no, 300%. Your accuracy of movement gets better each week. Thank you, Iron Porter. I do my best. Let me update Reddit real quick, guys. Oh no. The DRS nut jobs are after me again. Why do they care so much if I DRS my shares? It's not like I'm like over here just being like, don't DRS, it's bad. It's ridiculous. So was the LRCDD you read last night compelling and accurate? It was compelling. I don't know how accurate it was. When are you gonna DRS your options? Hold on, I've changed my mind about Jenna buying back in. Because anyone who doesn't makes them doubt their own decision. Hmm, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. It works. It's slow, and I want to sell my shares and be rich. I don't want to sell 5% of my shares. I want to sell most, hopefully all of them, for lots and lots and lots of money. More money than I can ever use. Why? Because I'm greedy. And I bought GameStop to make money. See the GME NFT team? They are in New York for the NFT con. Oh, cool. Do you link it to the crypto Discord and have them look at it? I have no idea about crypto, only that it go burr. I mean, crypto is just pure market sentiment, right? It's just based on the idea that, like, money's fake. I bought GameStop so I can feel welcomed into this exclusive cult. You think we're gonna battle it out for 200 this week? I think we're gonna battle it out for maybe 190. What's your fuck you money goal? How much money is more than you can use? I don't know, like 50 billion? Seems like enough. Maybe. I wasn't talking about HNT, Cool Daddy. You are right, though. HNT does actually have some fundamental value. But it's still just run on sentiment, right? 49 billion would run out real quick. I know. Can we get a Korean chat to help pop the review up? Isn't Cat coming back? Yeah, Cat's coming back. Don't worry. Calm your tits. Okay, that's it. I'm fucking selling this piece of shit option. Just sitting here taunting me. Ooh. Baba's getting nice and low again. You guys know BBIG closed flat yesterday? Hmm. Proof of stake coins, especially essentially pay you for securing transaction infrastructure. Yeah, I agree. LRC is a proof of stake coin, right? 3 days in a row, BBIG closed at 507. Seriously? I haven't seen the FTD report. I don't think it's out yet. It was supposed to be out last night at market close. LRC $60 end of day. Why the fuck not, man? Almost out from under my CCs. Rip everyone's weeklies. Yeah, FTD report's still not up. I figured you guys would have told me if it was up. Left-hand sample. One LRC will be over $10. I hope so. I would, but us pigeon wells don't work. Doing the double bottom open. I sold my Visa call, but it's not ripping. I don't understand this. Hey guys, look, AMC still sucks. Hmm. This might break out. Curious. Son of a bitch. I want to buy one of these. Nope, I don't. I lied. Maybe I do. Huh. Yeah, GameStop's coming back up. Should have let me sell first, as I'm really good at selling before the reps. I need 43 PS to get out of AMC. Hopefully that will happen. Hear me out. All right, Pappy Sans Wrinkle. A membership level for us poor is $1.69, and you can call us the Cukes or Unbrined. Listen, Pappy Sans Wrinkle. If you're so poor that you can't afford a $5 a month membership, save your money, man. Don't spend it on YouTube streams. Buy food or gas. Invest in yourself. Oh, well, lovely English girls dolls. That's why I gray. Here we go again. These goddamn CCs were not worth this. How will the poors be able to flex on the destitute? He needs a pigeon well to sponsor him. What about fractional memberships? This isn't Robin Hood. Or instead of $5 a month, YOLO into a pigeon whale and flex on demand pours. You may not have money, but you can at least pretend. Hugs. Thank you, Pickle Morty. I have $36 in my bank account. How much stonks should I buy? None. What membership has Pickles picks? Pigeon, the picks? Are you talking about the OnlyFans? God, I told you guys to keep quiet about that shit. What's the options chain looking like for Dillionaire? Not great. Oh, cat just went green for a second. And it's gone. Does Visa dividend next week mean a play? If it keeps dropping like a fucking rock, yeah. Avis car rental is squeezing. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Did they buy Teslas? Holy shit, imagine owning this at open. That would have been cool. I'm not chasing that. It's fun to look at, though. No, I love Cat. I've made a fucking obscene amount of money on Cat. Visa, I kind of hate. Even though last week I made like a couple grand on Visa and I've only lost $50 on it, I still sort of hate it. I think he sold 138,000 shares. Thoughts on Massey Ferguson and MasterCard? No idea. It's got a 120-day extension to pay my IRS payment. Luckily, they didn't ask about my 70K in GME. Long-term investment, man. I wish I'd gone all in on Spotify like 15 minutes ago when it was here. 20, 30 minutes ago? What time is that? 30 minutes ago. Be so embarrassed in front of your friends. The worst part is I was up yesterday. I didn't sell it. Me trying to hold 12. Me looks good this morning. Hmm. Hmm. I love how if the Asian markets are up, Baba rips. What are your expectations on Loop Ring? I don't know. I'm not like trading it. I just bought a bunch of it, right? Are there any interesting technologies you're waiting on? No. How's your CX looking? What's CX? Lucid break to the downside. Did it? Ooh, it did. Probably to here. Or lower. Oh, I can sell my covered calls again. What are those at? I don't weeklies. December? Oh, that's nice. Lucid break to the downside. Doesn't Weeble give you SHIB? I haven't gotten any. If you guys can, drop a like. It's a big help. I think Loopring found pretty nice support around 130. I think me broke 12. It's probably gonna run. No, still fighting for the resistance. Bunch of bag holders from this. Oop. GameStop clawing back up. Mm-hmm. Ooh. This looks good. Yeah, still no FTD report. Tomorrow I'll be telling myself I should have chased. Rip my put. He had green moments, but was never truly appreciated. I'm so happy I held on to my 200C for Friday. We're looking good. I think I'm a big enough guy where I could be the big spoon for you. I mean, good morning. What's up, Carl? Maybe. We'd be like nesting spoons. I think we're similarly sized. What are they holding on to it for? I don't know. I just want them to give it to me so I can prove things. It's fucking old anyway. Like, who gives a shit? I don't know why it's not out. Nesting sporks. His full name will be Daniel Pickles. Oh boy. I'm 5'10". You and Carl can make a Steve sandwich. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Steve? Odds of an intraday announcement impossible? Pretty slim. Like today, Elena? Or just generally speaking? 6'4" nesting spork is not as easy as you think. See a big bad. Either there's been an increase in touching and spooning comments, or No Nut November has me on edge already. Why do people do that? It's so dumb. Is there a reason for it? Does it support like some cause or something? This is just like people want to talk about their ejaculation habits on the internet. The FOMC meeting? The Frito? Is that what you're talking about? I didn't see a post about it, but it's tomorrow, isn't it? I believe it supports testicular cancer. It's for prostate cancer. You know that you reduce your risk of getting prostate cancer by frequently using your prostate. Some GME employee apparently said they have a 4-hour conference call today. Yeah, it's like Black Friday is coming up. Why can't it be that? Why does it have to be something to do with the stock? That makes GameStop sound just as terrible a place to work as everywhere else. Like, oh yeah, we have a 4-hour conference call today. Movember is for prostate. They're both dumb, Mitch. Both of them are fucking stupid. You think anybody wants to see you assholes walk around with fucking mustaches? No. It's not attractive. You look like 1970s porn star pizza delivery men. You're not Burt fucking Reynolds. I'm on a 7-hour conference call right now. My lady loves mustache rides. You know why, Adam? Because she doesn't have to fucking see it. If I survive today, am I safe for the rest of this week? Maybe. This is GameStop, man. The best laid plans of... Well, moon one. A big Kirk can't even grow a mustache. Nice, Arma. How much credence does DRS get for the seemingly ever weakening ability for short hedge funds to short the price action? Well, buy and hold was doing that already, Camser. So, it accelerates it. One share must have went through the lit market. Something about the way you speak. You have the power to put some disturbing and hard to forget images in my brain. You're welcome. Disappointed with the lack of... I changed this morning's stream card. I went with something else. We had better things. For today. What's your piece in Yahoo Finance for today called? Retail still unsure about Jenna Owens. I can't wait till they release an article where like GameStop up today because it's its birthday. Yeah. Camster, they started like losing the ability to short the stock heavily a long time ago. Also, they don't want to create downside volatility, right? They want volatility to reduce. So if you look at wait. Oh, there we go. Let me turn on volume. So if you look at volume over time on GameStop, volume has steadily declined. This right, and price has steadily gone up. Right? I know everyone wants to attribute that deviation to DRS, but DRS really only started like what? I want to say like beginning of October, like around here. So right around expiration, right? When futures didn't play out. But this was already occurring and at an exponentially greater rate, right? Like volume was decreasing in relation to price going up. And while DRS could accelerate that effect, right? It's not entirely responsible for it. Yeah. I'll clip it. Still no FTD data, not as far as I know. I'm sure we'll hear about it as soon as it comes out. I mean, I have some already. Yo, banana boy. But if we, I don't know, breaking through like 210, maybe I should buy a Moonwind call. Okay, now Ivy's starting to spike. This is bullshit. FTD's got FTD'd. That's amazing, Average Joe. That's being added to the stream today. Just When will the stock get halted? I don't know. I mean, we have gamma exposure today that we know about. Although, this is odd, right? That we have, like, volume increasing. This doesn't usually happen. It is safe to say this had a positive effect on price action, but not the sole reason for it. Yeah. I'm happy to see people DRSing there because it gives retail more tools to diversify. That's fair. Yeah, IV just like popped, man. You're gonna DRS the FTDs. Is this T plus 69? It's a good question. I should ask the fucking cat. Where is he? Fairy cat, where are you? Oh, that's awesome, Jose. Arma Ed, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over, man. Thank you for the support.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Could be
GME
institutional
lovers,
buy.
not a cult. Not a cult.
I updated Reddit, didn't I? Yeah, I need to update again. All right. Is this a long ladder attack? The volume's still really low, but it looks good. Do you think we will have a piece on the IV bleed into the 24th? They'll still allow for cheap options pickup. Ideally. They'll be cheap either way, right? Like, a lot of them are going to be weeklies. I did figure out how to sell the fractional shares secure. You have to do it from the phone app. ETF question. The ETF quarterly explains the large price action late August, May, Feb. Do you think November will match the percentage those months climbed? It could. I think it'll be greater than August. Because there's nothing to relieve the overflow of FTDs now. Also, our price point's higher. Currently, at least. Congratulations, your Lumiere evolved into Lit Marquette. Is it best to stick to using a one time frame, like 1 minute candles, and doing TA for the short term? Or is it better to look at it from many different ones? It's actually better to look at it from a few. You can use longer time scales to confirm trends that you think you see on shorter time scales. Also, longer time frame technical analysis is more accurate. And sometimes you don't have enough volume on the lower time scales to confirm, right? So you by looking at a longer time frame, each candle has more volume, which is relevant. Jenna Owens isn't toxic though. But it just looks like software. It is. Epic Pen is software. I use a tablet. Can you elaborate what you think would happen if hedgies march short trades long? This active trader bug last 2 days makes me think about the transactions date being incorrect. I mean, it would, like, if they marked it long using like married put calls, it would push it out till today and yesterday. Like it would push it out T+2 from each expert. Well, today is probably gamma exposure and maybe still some institutional buying. We'll see how that plays out. Like that buying pattern isn't indicative of gamma exposure covering. Usually they try to cover that like without bumping the ask, and this looks like a buy-in. Yesterday's price action though very well could have been some FTDs that got kicked via married put calls. But my issue with that was that like the OI, like the options chain from last week doesn't really indicate a lot of like married put call action, like some, but not a lot. This price just raises the floor for 1124. It doesn't eliminate the expected jump. That's correct. So the $3,000 deduction for capital losses. I have no idea. I'm not an accountant. Big billionaire. I'm just eating sushi. I don't think I've ever seen you eat whilst streaming. What do you eat? Keep your strength up, Papa Garrick. Prune, I eat on the stream all the time. I mean, Jenny from Forrest Gump. I know what you mean. VWAP Disciple. Why would you do that to yourself, Carl? Yeah, I know. Avis is just ripping hard. Do you remember in January and February when RSI went to 10? Like between Jan and Feb? Yeah. Did it get that low? RSI went to 10. Oh, you mean when it, like, up here? Or when it went to 100? I don't know what you're talking about now. Now I'm confused. It almost hit 10 in the sell-off. During the share offering, it got really low. Like the RSI 6 did. Like on the 1 minute? Why? Price goes up, RSI goes up, price goes down, RSI goes down. It's just not that relevant with this little volume. Someone scooped 2,500 calls puts at the same strike. That's possible. Like a straddle. That's going to be the new thing this week, isn't it? a straddle happened. Although I disagree because it was the volume was a block order print from a dark pool. And 2,500 calls and 2,500 puts would not have been 250,000 volume. There'll likely be more action on Friday. I have no idea what's going on with Avis. Why more action Friday? Today's 2+2. I didn't say any action on Friday. Haven't been able to listen today. Hacksaw, what's up, dude? Quick rundown on what you think's happening, and if it continues until the 11, 22, 24 week. Test of 300, possibly then higher. It's possible. We'll see. I don't expect this like upward price action to continue tomorrow. Right? There's nothing to catalyze it. But we'll see. I mean, it was already more than was expected. I don't see that. You still want to give my Jenny and Forrest take any credit? It's fine, Dad. I understand your take. I just don't want to talk about it. You're bringing me down, VWAP Dan Cycle. I need you to lift the mood. Who hurt you? Who was your Jenny? VWAP Dan Cycle. You got any end of day predictions? No. Like right now? This is DRS, bro. Isn't this the type of institutional buying pattern it would like? How's it DRS? Just say things? Because why not? you draw a baby triangle? I don't want to. You see it. I think there'll be a better entry. I'm just holding mine, Carl. Draw the triangle, pickle man. Doesn't look good. Somebody mentioned Monkey Island and Guybrush on Ask Reddit. What game do you wish you could forget and play again? Final Fantasy VII. Or all the Metal Gear Solid games. Well, the first 3. Did you explain gamma exposure? Yeah, sure. So market makers write contracts, right? And then, the price either goes here at max pain, which is the point at which the most contracts expire out of the money. If the price goes up, then they have to hedge these calls, right? It's called delta hedging. So as the delta value on the options contracts increases, they have to hedge. And then when those calls are sold or puts, either way, they have T plus 2 to satisfy whatever synthetics they used to hedge that position. I think that's the simplest explanation of it. So if they used synthetic shorts on Friday to hedge contracts that they'd sold, then those synthetic shorts would have to be covered today. The end goal keeps me motivated, David. I think that was an easy explanation of gamma exposure. I have no Jenny in my life. I watched that movie as a kid, and it was my favorite movie as a young teenager, but the older I got... View up, Dan Seipel. That's not what I meant. I meant, like... I'm not gonna... I'll let it go. It's too easy. It is super depressing. I think that's kind of the point, though. Jenna from the stop. I don't think that's spoofing. Total One. Is this a bull trap? No, but we're breaking to the upside. You know why you should have children or duplicate your DNA using a random number generator? I think you called it. You were so patient repeating yourself a billion times. Stop trying to convince me that I'm the best dad, Hales. I already know I would be. Jenny took advantage of a mentally challenged person and only let him into her life when she was dying. Yeah. I thought that might apply to VWAP Dan Seipel in some way. Yes, I know. Avis is ripping. I have a Twitch link in the description, don't I? Yeah. I don't know why I don't stream on Twitch. I don't own a hot tub. That's probably reason number one. Someone just asked if this was a bull trap. How can one tell? A bull trap is like a bull flag. So lots of volume and price improvement in a short period of time. And then at the very tippy top, they short the shit out of it. This is a like multiple hour uptrend. Not a bull trap. There's no surprises happening here. Smoother. Gaga Gherkin style. Thank you so much, man. Your kid would be so good at stocks. He would be. Can you please look at cars so that everyone can stop hyperventilating about it? Why? It's going up. It's like, okay, cool. It's way up. It did big rips and now it's halted. It's very exciting. You know who it's really exciting for? People who owned car back here. Even better, back here. If you'd bought car in June, you'd be rich now. But you didn't. So, ha. It does look like a short squeeze. I'm gonna go look at their 13F. $206.75 and mine says 206.64. I have better data than you, Bart. Speak for yourself about no surprises. Jenna Owens rehypothecated coup. Time to buy some puts. Not yet. Could be gamma exposure. Avis doing a 1 billion share buyback. That's kind of huge. I wish GameStop would do that. Everything's short. A lot of things are. Avis was the play the whole time. RC warned us. What do you think about the portfolios offered by Wealth Simple and such? Legit way to set and forget. I have no idea. I don't even know what Wealth Simple is. Isn't that like a Canadian broker? Do you think opening short expiry put position for this week was to try to play this run up would be too rash? I already have call side exposure. Wait, what? Opening short expiry put position for this week to try to play the run up. I mean, it could be, but only if the stock comes down. If you have in the money weekly calls, then playing puts just locks in your profit if it comes down. Yeah. From whatever point you buy the puts at. Are you leaning on the MOASS button, man? Oh, sorry. Oh, stop being a bitch, Moonwind. Moonwind, buy puts so we can Moana. How does this price action line up with your cycles, TD? I mean, it doesn't. It does, and there's gamma exposure from last Friday because we closed above max pain. But it's not like part of the cycle day. It's possible that some of the FTDs from that peak day on the 28th got kicked out to yesterday. But I can't see how they would have kicked anything out to today. But this, like, while interesting, it's not super dramatic, right? There's like a solid technical case for the price getting back up into that long-term trend. So it's not like we're up $70 or anything, you know? We broke out of a small wedge. That big wedge is hot garbage. And constantly drawn incorrectly. T+6 covering a failed futures expiry from 1022. Interesting. I mean, Dunstan, yes, if the ETFs are using forwards. Huh. I didn't think about that. There wasn't a failed futures expiry on 1022. Futures failed in September. You mean the T+35 date? That's curious. Yesterday could have been. But that would have to mean that it's active participants used synthetics to cover. And that would be T+9. So we would run for 2 more days if that was the case. Unless T3, T6. Let me think about it. Can you show Pothcoin for me? No. But the haircut rules went into effect yesterday. Blockbuster Sears can't be used to pump and get collateral now. Oh, Jesus Christ, not again with this shit. Blockbuster and Sears are dead stocks. No one's pumping them to get collateral. How did that get brought back into the fucking loop again? People are gonna start talking about fucking why? Seller boxing and zombie stocks again? So those companies would have business before fucking GameStop even started getting shorted. That'd be interesting. It'd be too early for us to be on the threshold list. If we were already on it, that would be. No, we can't be on the threshold list. They shorted the stock this morning. They borrowed and used like 100,000 shares. Oh, it's Charlie's Vids bullshit. Jesus Christ. Someone big is buying in. Have to be very big. Maybe it's the hedgies trying to get the price higher so it'll be more expensive for new DRS shares. No. Did you see the 5,000 option straddle yesterday? Yeah, I heard about it. It still doesn't account for the volume, 250K block of volume that got dumped in the dark from the dark pool. 5,000 options is the equivalent of 50,000 shares, even if they were in the money. The dark pool dump was 250,000 volume. Matt Kors just spent 10 minutes dropping major FUD about DRS. I mean, if it's in relation to AMC, like they're never gonna register the float, right? I can't see it letting it run that long either. KO. Should we be worried about my 250cc? Not right now. There's like a pretty hard wall at 225. My theory is the price is going up from GME stocks being purchased. That's the best one I've heard all day. 5,000 options is 500,000 shares. What? Oh, yeah. I'm tired. It still doesn't explain it coming from a dark pool. Options don't trade in dark pools. Hedging can occur in dark pools, but then it's too much volume. Also, people keep picking different numbers for the number of contracts. I didn't see it come in. I wasn't watching. The only explanation for this price action is that they are DRSing their seller boxed NFTs. Have you changed your opinion on DRS? No? What are some of the drawbacks? Being unable to sell your stock. That's it. That's the big drawback. You can sell it now out of computer share. But I can almost guarantee that you won't be able to sell it in the middle of a short squeeze. At least not when you want to. Mr. Finch, thank you so much. Waiting for the 500 posts on Superstock about MACD crossing again. They will happen. They always do. If this be part of the FOMO period, it could be part of the ascent. It's interesting. Someone pointed this out last night, and maybe I should point it out as well. Actually, I didn't even look, but I am now curious. 17 trading days or 23 days before the run. $23. Oh no, it would have been 23 days from here. Interesting. Dun, dun, dun. No. Is that on the right date? 11/20. That doesn't sound right. Hold on. November 25th. Hmm. No, that doesn't line up. For my sanity, can this be to cover ETF exposure? I mean, it appears that way because all the other stocks in the basket are also running. But ETF exposure can have some weird windows depending on what kind of fuckery is being used at the time, right? Market makers on or APs have T+6 to locate and T+3 to fail. Whereas MMs only have T+2. So there's a lot more flexibility with ETF covering than there is with market making. So you end up with these windows that are like T+9. Generally, not a lot occurs within those time frames. But everything else is running also. Like I don't know if AMC ran today. It did. So to some degree, but like I guarantee you, like Macy's, well, it's got some up. BBBY's up. What's the other one? Nordstrom's. JWN. Yeah, Nordstrom's. Nordstrom's up. Other big retail stocks. Dillard's. Dillard's is usually a good one. Oh, that's not it. Yeah, Dillard's up. Lower volume, but up. It's like in a similar fashion. Yeah, I have some LRC. It shouldn't mean a smaller run on the 24th because this would be ETF FTDs, right? How deep in the money were those IRNT CCs you sold? You mean the Lucid ones? I didn't sell any CCs on IRNT. I sold CCs on Lucid that almost got assigned. but I was able to get out in time. They were like $2 in the money. What are APs? Authorized participants. So they didn't expire in the money. No. I bought them back. What are the odds of not being assigned if you let sold calls expire in the money? It depends. I mean, you'll probably get assigned on some. And it also depends on how far in the money you are. Do you have 220s? What are you worried about? We're at 205 right now. Chill the fuck out, man. Unless you sold 200s and you're completely fucked. I bought back in at 206, expecting it to bounce off the support level. Are you just day trading GME character name? Gross. Shame. Boo. Why would you day trade GameStop? It's not even a good day trade target. And the guy who day trades GME. Is a GME day trader worse than a paper-handed pigeon whale? Similar. Cat trying to run? Maybe. It seems to be having a really hard time breaking 206. It looks good though. It's coming up. Sure. Caterpillar and GameStop. Same share value. See, if you were trading Caterpillar instead of day trading GameStop, you could have made like 63 cents a share. I'm day trading contracts. You have to say that, okay, character name? If you're day trading options, no one gives a shit. But you were just like, yeah. Unshamed. Even for contracts though, it's a risky day trade, man. There's better ones. At least ones with more consistent trends. That's the problem with GameStop is you can't, like, even if you're trading options like intraday, the trends break down too quickly because of its volatility. And that's what makes it a shitty day trade target. Like you don't ever want to trade day trade, especially if you were doing stock, but also with options. You don't want to trade anything that's illiquid because you want those trends to get support and run. Options trading on Mara and Riot is where it's at. Are those killing it? How's Greed doing? I know BTC was up a bunch. Yeah, BTC's running. That's a fun play people can always look for. If Bitcoin runs hard at night, like 2 to 3% overnight, sometimes like it's expensive, but you can buy Mara or Riot in the pre-market, and they'll pop it open. Where will GME close today? I don't know. That'll depend, right? PTC gonna run to 200,000 in the next few months. That'd be cool. I got $10 worth of Bitcoin for free when I signed up for Coinbase. I'm gonna be a millionaire soon. Congratulations, VWAP Dan Seipel. AMD break 130 when? Is it running again? I have a sell at 130, I think. Did I have it at 130 or 150? If it's running hard, I don't want to sell. It looks good today. Yeah, and for everyone that's saying that like we're moving because of DRS, then explain why every other retail stock in XRT is running as well. Please. Because those aren't DRS. Why are they moving the exact same way GameStop is? Ko-Fi missed. Oh no. Mo moving money for you. P.S. What color dumpster is at your new building? Oh, it's yellow. Dangerous Dan. Thank you so much, man. I'm a filthy poor. Bought a 250 weekly call it open today. Sold the peak for 2.5x. Thank you, Pickle Man. Awesome, Ty. That's good to hear, man. LRC back to all-time high. Broke all-time high. Does the price action we're seeing now impact your future cycle theory? No. I mean, the higher our floor going into November, the better, right? Like, if we can trade into November here. Like, back when I was expecting the roll, right? I expected them to roll here. And I expected us to test 350 again and fail. And then I expected them to bring the price back down into this date, right? So if we can pop up and catch that and just trade into it, that'd be fantastic. Remember, the higher the price, the more pressure on the short position. Because the real MOASS is the price improvement from 200 to 1,000. That's the fuse. That's why I started going into options last week and why I think they're so important, because I think they are a huge part of that price improvement. If we really want to see like Citadel and Melvin, all of them get margin called, leverage is an excellent way to ensure that. Pressure on the rest of the ETF. I'm not sure what ETF exposure GME and Avis share. Probably some. GME is in a lot of fucking ETFs because it's a retailer, it's e-commerce, it's video game and entertainment focused. It's kind of all over the place. Because they're forced to short ETFs instead of GME directly. Is that a possible side effect of DRS? They've been shorting ETFs instead of GME directly the entire time. That's why we're in the position we're in. Clip that and make it a YouTube short. I have no idea how to do that. How do you determine if it's a triangle or not? A triangle is three-sided. It's a three-sided geometric figure. Do my April 500s help apply pressure? If we go to 500, yeah. Is a square just a triangle with a synthetic side? I think you just post a video under 30 seconds and add hashtag shorts to the title. No, it has to be in a certain viewing format. Like it has to be edited to like vertical phone resolution or some bullshit. I don't know how to do that. Ooh, Cool Daddy. Are you in here? Any chance to make real moves this week with the near term options? I'm avoiding them. You're my weekly 200C holding up the price. You're welcome, everybody. I mean, yeah, it's hedged, right? Is this MOASS or are we coming down the rest of the week? We'll see. Portrait. Sure. Except they don't use that terminology. They say vertical resolution. Download AVC and set resolution for iPhone. Easy as fuck. What? I can't stream on an iPhone. I don't even know what. That's confusing. Pretend you don't know. Moonwind. How foolish is selling CCs above 225 this week? I don't think we have the volume or volatility necessary to push through 225. Best stick with it. I shut up. What's going on? All I see are green pickles and dollar signs. Yeah. Fuck. Oh, that was not cool. If GME continues to trade around 200, 210 going into November 24th, how does that affect your options purchasing that you were planning this month? Well, I already had some 200s for December. Those look great right now. I'll be keeping those. But I'll just move my price targets up. Like, that's all that really changes. Hey, man, I know I mess around a lot, but seriously, thanks for putting up with our bullshit and helping us learn. I've made way more money in the last 5 months than I would have if I didn't listen. Also, stop stealing my money, Flex. Thank you, VWAP Dan Seipel. Clip your video, drop it into AVC. Okay, I don't have an iPhone, so that's not going to work. Where'd Cool Daddy go? Thought I saw him. Are your purchase dates for the November run-up still the same after yesterday and today's price action? Mm-hmm. President Darth Dan, Cardinals of Pickles and VWAP, and VWAP for mod. Thank you so much, Hal Jordan. Another day of regret not lying on my options application. Gherkin's sister, there's multiple brokerages, all with their own options applications. No, in AVC. What is AVC? After MOASS, PiFi won't get the same enjoyment from cashews anymore. That's what it is. He thinks I'm calling him because I want him to... What would you look at with options in December, January, now that IV has gone up? Anything under 100%? Yeah. Tons of presets for any platform. Interesting. Okay. What's the best brokerage for options? Probably WeBull, TDA, or IBKR. Ooh, fun fact that I found out this morning. WeBull, long on GameStop. Not real long, but like 100K shares. That was cool. Yeah. BNY Mellon, which is the parent bank for WeBull, like who they facilitate their trading through. WeBull's just a software company, but BNY Mellon, yeah, long GameStop. Rookie numbers. True. Those are just no. It's just long shares. No put calls. No hedging. Just long 100,000 shares. I was kind of surprised. I did not think they would be. Did they DRS? I don't know. DFE does have more. No, don't transfer from Fidelity to WeBull. That's stupid. Loop ring $1.50? Dope. Do you know if you can sell to exercise? As far as I understand, WeBull has no customer service. So you could try. I don't know. You can ask them. You'll probably hear back in the next like 5 to 6 days. Look at the options chain for January 21st. What's the significance of all those 50-cent puts? A volatility hedge. Don't a decent amount of institutions have a cost basis in the low 200s, or am I remembering something wrong? Well, the 3.5 million share offering got sold way down in like, I think it was the 150s, 157 something. And then the next share offering of 5 million shares was sold up around 125.20. So they probably have some from both. My initial investment into Loop Ring, Jesus Christ, of like $300 is up a lot. Can you elaborate on the January 21st puts being a volatility hedge? Not right now. I will go over it in a future DD that will be out before, well, in the next couple weeks. Average Joe threw that together for me. It's quite nice. Can you all stop buying fucking calls, please? Leverage, Moonwind. Get wrecked. You know what? I know we only have a few thousand people in here every day. But I'm just going to say that all of this price action is because I started talking about options. All of a sudden, our volume picks up. Stocks going up. I mean, if we can say it's all DRS, I can say it's all options. That's fair. No, it's not. NFT NYC. Shush, Hales. Stop that. Thoughts on Tesla mid 2022 800p? Hmm. I don't hate it, Phoenix. I'm not gonna lie to you. You're still in SXC? I don't think I ever was. Was that Suncoke? I was watching it because I was interested in their earnings, but they did not have a good day yesterday. An Adabit DD clearly stated the reason for the market crash in 2008 was due to the disconnection between supply and demand and options. Options are the key to cover shorts. Options are the key to hedge shorts. Not cover them. And there's a lot of fallacies in those DDs, but I'm not going to get into it. It gets better, Christina. Just keep paper trading. Just keep trading. Just keep trading. Fallacies. This wedge looked weak. I mean, it was an ascending wedge. It was a continuation, right? Shit like this. That's bearish. GME 4-hour conference call means nothing. It means a bunch of GameStop employees are gonna have a shitty day. Probably talking about security and safety measures for Black Friday. No, Adabit just left. His moderating on Super Stonk was interfering with his weekly barn raising time, and he had to take a break. They're training on how to handle every other customer, bringing up how they're the shareholder and explaining the squeeze to them. Rumspringa ended. Chat says FTD data. Sweet. Oh, I should be getting some fucking dope. Guys. Quants. I'm watching the channel. Talk to me. Hold on. All my things are broken and I dropped them on the floor, so I gotta clean that up real quick. I'm back. Thanks, Bob. Spike on the 13th? Don't fucking tease me right now. Yes! Look at me and my bad self. I'm so good at stocks. Oh, there's so many shills on Reddit I want to yell at right now. Where are they? No. I'll save it for later tonight when I'm refreshed. Don't tell me V's ripping. Ooh. No, it's still garbage. Tipping to watch you yell at shills ASAP. You know what? Maybe I'll take the high road. What's the significance of the 13th? 13th was supposed to be the first fail date for the future cycle. It's out. It's out, Secure. You're not looking in the right place. I don't know, but we have it. Hawkins, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Take the low road. Is 300 FTD a lot? No, but it's significant that that's where the spike is. Manuel Lopez, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream, and I'll get you added to the Billionaires Country Club.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad.
Yo. let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
So the failed data cycle is more or less confirmed. Options are the way. Could be, yeah. It's looking real good. I want to go over it. Obviously, I want to look at the ETF fails in the same period, see if they're failing in the same cycle or what the offset is. Are you expecting anomalies in the ETF data as well? Yeah, on the 13th, but we've already, the spike is on the 13th. Bob, I'm also looking for percent rate increase over the previous 15-day cycle because of DRS. And I'm going to be looking at the ETF FTDs as well, Bob. We have a scraper on the channel, so we should have the data pretty soon. I hear the shorts didn't cover. Thoughts? Hedgies are fucked. Caw. LRC up to 165. I hope I get rich on my tiny crypto purchase. Hit 175. Jesus. Sanjeet. Gopal Krishna. Mohinder Patel. Good data, Pickler. Happy to see the smiling. Good mood is good for all pickle friends. Thanks to pickle friends. We're keep going together, okay? Going. Best regards, Sanjeet from New Jersey. Best regards to you, my man. Thank you so much. We appreciate your support. And the best to you and your colleagues.
Sanjeet's in the house, Sanjeet from New Delhi. When GameStop moons, his friends will be jelly. The rest of his country is sleeping sound, but he blesses Pickles channel because our profits abound. He turns on the stream without even looking, just to see what Chef Gherkin's got cooking. For him, it's a 2 a.m. power hour. Sanjeet's gonna make the short hedge funds cower.
We get some Sanjeet merch. Do you think the price will fall through VWAP down to a significant level at 200? It could. There's some I don't know. I think it may sustain the uptrend for the rest of the day. Let's see if we find support at the EMA like 120 and 160 first. And that'll give us a better idea. XRT FTD spiked on the 12th. Rolling fails in October didn't look any higher than the prior periods. IDO on the 12th had 115K. Neither were over 100K on the 13th. Okay. Well, the ETFs should be offset by 1 day, right? Can you imagine if someone had the brain of Gurk and the heart of Sanjit? That's not possible, Hales. We can't all be your husband. Other ETFs to look at? Gamer. Any retail ETF. Like retail focus ETF. IJR. LRC only the 60-second biggest coin. Lots of space to go. LRC 180. Nice. Yeah, it's pumping. I'm selling all my GME for an LRC play. Gonna dump all those gains back into GME. That's the smoothest brain shit I've ever heard, Dan Almighty. This is why I'm not gonna live with you. That's awesome. Maybe binging with Babesh has been watching the stream. I like his show, Babesh. I've only seen it on Reddit, but it looked cool. He makes like food from things. No IWF. Did you look at IJR? I've heard a lot about this one. I just feel like you've missed it, you know? Maybe not. I don't really know enough about the fundamentals to say what like the high should be. 3 million FTDs on IWN on October 6th. October 6th. Interesting. Is October 6th 35 from the exposure date? No. Where are these failing then? T plus 9? Or 6? October 6th. Curious. If we can figure out the exact timeline for the ETF FTD dumps, that would be huge. XRT has over 3 million FTD. Yeah. Yesterday was 69 days from August 24th. 69 calendar days? Oh, it was. J-Fresh. Fairy Cat. We finding a new bucket? The T10-12 cycle. It's the basis of the old T21 cycle. He's in the Discord if you want an explanation, but it's around CNS. Could that be Ray the ETF? No, I'm trying to figure out when the ETFs are failing. Because if we could nail down the ETF fails, and like I think we've nailed down the GME fails, but if we can nail down the ETF fails, that'd be huge. Because then we can figure out like what's going on with dates like yesterday and today. How the fuck did it not get on the reg show? Oh, it only failed for 4 days? So XRT... Oh, it can't. They can't reg show threshold ETFs because they have no float. LRC MOASSing. Dope. Greetings to Pickler. How are going? Good to see happy pickle friends. I buy sandwich for Pickler friend. Dan Yeet from Brooklyn Deli. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Hmm. The October 6th was 35 days after the dip before earnings. Could it have been shorting there? Yeah. But it would be T plus 3 from a date, then 35 days from that, right? So if the spike in FTDs is here, right, then it would be, see, this is 7 days. T plus, oh, that is T plus 9. Ooh, guys. So the 10 would settle on the 9th day, and the following 12 would settle on the 11th day after T plus 9. Interesting. So from 8/24, the run up in August, that ETF exposure date, T plus 9 and 35 puts us on the 6th. So if they have T plus 6 for locate, T plus 3 for fail, or T plus 6 for locate plus 3 for fail, that's T plus 9. And so that means they'd be failing on the peak right there on the 2nd. So the fail would be on the 2nd, which means that the print is on the 6th. Jesus fuck, JFresh. That's disgusting. LRC just ripping. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm up so much. It's going to break $2. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure something out real quick. ETFs can be on the threshold list, but do those have a float? How? How does an ETF go on the threshold list? Like, the requirements for the threshold list is something that, like, they can't. Like, is there like a fail limit that puts them on the list? Or do those ETFs have floats? They shouldn't. Ooh, big sell off at $2. Interesting. Where did you buy your LRC? I want some. I bought it on Coinbase. There's a link down in the description if you want to use my referral link. IBTB is a bonds ETF on the list. As long as there's more than 10K fails. Okay, so XRT missed being on the threshold list by 1 day then. Because 4, 5, and 6, it failed over 1 million a day. Thanks, Seacraft. I appreciate that. XRT filled 27K on the 8th. Did you say 5 days over 10K? I think that's what he said. Yeah, I'm thinking about holding it long term. Huh. What's that about, Dan? Do you have a video on getting a crypto account set up? I'm old and need a step-by-step guide. Oh no. Coinbase is super fucking easy. Like it does it all for you. It's like the Robin Hood of crypto trading. You holding LRC long term? Yeah. Cat doing up stuff. I know, it looks good. It's starting to climb back up. Hopefully it can break the fucking resistance this time. LRC failed the $2 test. Yeah, it did. But it's okay. Of course it did. Like, a lot of people are going to sell. It's a psychological break point. Downtrend channel formed for GME. A little bit. We'll see. It looks like it's consolidating on VWAP, so we'll see if it can hold. If it falls through VWAP, I think it's going to come down pretty hard. Viewsy, nice entry. Ooh. It is kind of a nice entry. Is it really worth anything, though? Fundamentals on this? I like the volume. But I don't like the sell-off. Ooh, AR. Hmm. Hmm. You actually get your coins in Coinbase, and Robinhood you don't. Yeah, it's better, but I mean, ease of use is kind of what I was referring to, not shadiness. XP. Interesting. Why does J&K have so many fails? You said had 4.5 million fails on the 13th, too. Interesting. LRC at 96% circulating supply. Yeah. Everything in my life is on autopay. I'm so excited the auto payment caught up with my Billionaire auto sub. Thanks so much, man. That's like a cool guy seesaw. That's when you know you're not poor anymore. That's the exact moment. When your bills are on autopay. When you don't have to spend like 6 hours a month calling people to defer your payments. Sold my ME calls for a 25% gain. Pickles picks. Nice, dude. I still think there's potential on this. I think it's just going to take a little bit for it to be realized. Fucking Spotify. Jesus Christ. I knew I should have bought fucking calls this morning. If it dips again, I'm buying it. What about if we used to be on autopay, but now we aren't, and maybe advanced out our position on GME? I don't want to know. Pickle Morty. Why is Spot up? Thought they missed earnings. No, their fucking user base was up. Their earnings were good. Their price targets got raised too, and there's a shitload of potential upside on it. No accusations, but have you continued to not DRS your GME shares? Yes. Spot was up over 100% over expectations. Yeah. I don't think anyone understands the T plus cycles. The T plus cycles really aren't that complicated. T plus 69 was a joke, right? It just has to do with a rolling FTD total that occurs when they suppress the price on the stock. T plus 2 is a market maker settlement period. T plus 3 is an authorized participant settlement period, right? Market makers have to locate on T day. APs have T plus 6 to locate. So AP's total fail window is 9 days. Then when a fail is marked, it is T plus 35 calendar days until it is considered failed to deliver, which is when it was reported. They're not that complicated. They've been misunderstood all over the place by everyone at some point or another, but they're pretty simple. I snipped it. Is there a clip of why you've decided not to DRS your shares? Probably. I wanted evidence that it was increasing the base failure rate of FTDs before I did it. I do not like the idea of having an additional layer between me and my brokerage. We just got the evidence, and I have not checked the net increase of rolling FTDs versus the previous cycle or the one before that yet. As soon as I have a better idea of that, I will consider buying some in computer share. It's so weird, I know, that I want like evidentiary proof of something before I take my money and throw it at it. Kirk works at computer share, so it's kind of hard as a BlackRock employee to make that move. Just buy one in CS, so you can say you've DRS'd and everyone will move on. No, I will not. I will not be bullied into doing something because other people want me to. Do you expect the next run up to surpass 340? Especially if especially if we hit that run up date trading at our current price points. Says the guy is standing there staring at the tsunami. What's tsunami? I'm not saying DRS is bad. I think theoretically it should work. But without proof of it working, I'm not going to DRS unless DFV posts his shares in DRS, and then I'll DRS them. Why do people give a shit if I've DRS'd or not? That's my question. Good news, I've YOLO'd my full options account 3 times. Friday, Monday, today, I've 5x'd it. Bad news, I'm only back to even with what I lost on 1021. Good news, I've learned how to take profits timely. Bad news, my hair is still thinning. It's okay. If you can keep 5x'ing that account, you'll get a full head of hair just like Elon Musk in no time. Thank you for the donation, man. This morning we saw around 100,000 shares shorted, right? They usually do that after covering. Usually. I think it's institutions buying in or something else. I mean, I think there's some FOMO from like loop ring, like the surge in loop ring and its ties with GameStop, which could cause institutional buying, right? As they're kind of linked. I don't think there's anything wrong with DRSing though. I just cannot, I cannot personally get over that mental leap of having my shares be inaccessible to me. And I went through January, right? I've been through short squeezes on other stocks and market volatility events, and I know how shit breaks down, and I feel like that will be one of the first things to break down. They are not designed to be a trading platform, right? Also, I have a lot of confidence in Fidelity and Vanguard, right? They have survived lots of black swan events over the years. Fidelity's been around since the 40s, right? And it's so I don't feel like my shares are unsafe. Or at risk by having them in a brokerage. I buy and hold. I've bought and held a lot. And I've never once discouraged anybody from DRSing. That's the thing I don't get. Is I have repeatedly told people that it is likely over time to have the effect that you want from it. I think that time will be a long time. So maybe there's some disagreement there. And I feel like a lot of it's just an attempt to solve the prisoner's dilemma by having everyone do the same thing. And I don't like that. I don't like following the crowd. HD trying to gap up. I wouldn't be surprised. Fidelity. I threw $300 at LRC because it sounded cool. I mean, that's not untrue. Yeah, if they announce an NFT dividend, I can DRS some shares. I don't think that like I'll have any problem getting the NFT dividend through wherever I have my shares, because they're not just going to cut off like, 75% of their shareholders from the dividend. So, I mean, sent you a Discord full FTD and ETF FTD data. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate that, man. I'll check it out. I'll check it out soon. I have some of it scraped already, I think. More DRS equals less paper hands. I don't care if people paper hand. I don't think that affects the squeeze at all. Oh no, thank you so much for becoming along, Johnson. I appreciate that. Okay, I will, Bob. I'll get to you after the stream. Isn't the point of the NFT dividend to only be available to the 75 million shares and not all the synthetics? There is no NFT dividend. It's just a pipe dream because people want something bullish to talk about. Thinking an AMC at the money put play for earnings is worth it? I don't know. Who the fuck knows what kind of shit they're gonna say or make up lies that fucking Adam Aaron's gonna tell his shareholders to keep the stock price propped up. I wouldn't try to play AMC earnings. I think it's a fool's errand. Cool, daddy. Coinbase Pro, transfer back and forth between Coinbase and Pro for no fees. Oh, interesting. If GG gets settlement down to T+0, how will that affect things? Will FTDs go up in general? Yeah, but they'll still be. I don't know how. Like, they could change settlement from T+2 to T+0. But, like, ETFs are still going to have that locate window. Like, you'd have to change all settlement to T+0. Like, market wide. Adam Aaron's proboscis will probably announce that he'll accept LRC, Shiba Inu, and Doge for popcorn sales at participating locations. Do you think me is fully done? No, not at all. I don't even think it's like it hasn't even gotten a second test of 250 or 1250. I just think it's like kind of a slow play. Like it's not quick. Straddle the AMC earnings? It might just trade flat though. What do you think about the volume today? It's all right. If your futures theory fails, do you plan on registering some shares? That's not the point. Also, we now have like SEC data confirming the fails theory, right? Which is dope as fuck. Ape, no fight, ape. Jesus. Bag holders don't like to be called out, guys. How slow is the play on ME? I mean, I bought out in December for 1250. They're up, but like, I think by then it could break 1250. I think if it breaks 1250, it's got some nice upside. Peerless Scarred, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over. I appreciate the support. Cat does look good.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
If I get executed on my sold 185 CC this week, likely, currently, the price could still go back down if they haven't exercised yet. Would it make sense to sell cash secure puts that, if executed, would buy back the shares for less than 185? Yes. That would be wheeling it. Sort of. Cash secure puts are great, especially if you're willing to buy the stock at that price, right? So what you're saying is they decided not to roll the OI on that day and take a $50 million hit? I mean, that's what happened. It's not, I'm saying that's like what they did. That is what happened. And it was probably more than 50 million, but 50 million near the money. Did they sign the infrastructure bill finally? Cat's moving. I don't know. But it looks fucking great. My bags feel much lighter right now. Although they're quickly filling up with cash, which is dope. The whole ape don't fight ape thing seems perpetuated by people that aren't used to debate and can't handle having their position challenged. It's possible. You freaking genius. Thanks for the wrinkle. Thank you, Jose. Need to break 211 for real gamma. There's, I mean, 210 has a lot of open interest. I wonder if I should pick up some 220s now for December. They're so fucking cheap. Delta 3. Maybe January. $256. Okay, failed the test 207.35. Still pretty decent. I think I'm gonna pick up some 220s for January. Also, I keep doubling down on cat, and it's like, so if we continue to be a decent amount above max pain each week and can hold going into the next week, wouldn't we continue to see a run each Monday, Tuesday from covering, then rinse and repeat? Yes, Hacksaw. These gamma exposure cycles I talked about in my DD before. Previously, I think my last weekly DD that I wrote up has a pretty good, yeah, I have it in here as well. So here. This cycle keeps compounding, right? Yeah, I've never liked that term either, Elena. I don't understand how Supersonic can throw temper tantrums about trading options or get super excited about gamma ramps. No one will ever know. It's this that I am showing you on the screen right now. This is compounding, meaning that it accelerates in momentum with every loop. And what we can do, right, is we can increase FTDs through DRS. And we can increase open interest with options, which then leads to increases in price improvement and gamma exposure. So these are the things we can do to hurt them as retail. That is where our power lies. But it is both. It cannot be one or the other. Options present greater leverage. Right? The stock likes it. I'm going to clip it. In your next DD, can you remind Super Stonk that DFV used options, which is how he got rich without selling shares? Everyone should know that already, right? But they're like, oh, that was a different time. No, it fucking wasn't. It's all part of the same shit. It was a different time. It was a time when we were testing, you know, $500. And there was a fucking reason for it. I have never said that it's bad to make money on AMC. I've made money on AMC. A lot of people have made money on AMC. I'm saying it's not MOASS. And it's very unlikely that it's even a short squeeze play at this point. No, unclip it? Why? And the biggest issue with AMC is that a lot of people are up. People that are up don't sell. Right? And they will invent any excuse to assume that the stock will continue to go up because they've already gone up once. And these, I mean, as GameStop holders, these are things that we should think about and be aware of when we're coming to our own conclusions. Always try to think about how the psychology of the market is affecting you. Coinbase Pro, the Polis. You can switch your account to Coinbase Pro. Make money, make that money. What's the argument? People got burned by options, by buying weeklies because most people aren't very rich. So people bought weeklies and they got burned. And then, Citadel's the DMM. So they were like, if you're throwing your money away, you're giving it to Citadel. But the point is that there are options plays that you could have played the entire time on GameStop and, significantly increased your capital holdings, gotten rich. If you just spent more to play safer. And so I agree, they're not for everyone. I think there's times when weeklies can be leveraged. Do you think having a double major with both psychology and finance could give you an edge? It could. Although I don't think they teach a lot about trading when you go to school for finance. Actually, I know they don't teach you a lot. Oh, yeah, I didn't update Reddit today. Sorry. What was my last one? Whoops. Yikes. Trading fees on Coinbase are kind of high. But they're not, it's not that relevant. DRS is a move. They're all moves, right? Everything compounds. Buy and hold is a move. Options are a move. DRS is a move. They all have a positive effect. They have different effects. The three of them together present opportunity for significant price improvement on GameStop. I took a trading course in school. We weren't allowed to hold securities for more than 5 business days. I mean, that's solid. It's good practice for short-term trading. What do you specialize in securities and derivatives? Finance in school? Do they teach about trading? A little bit. You still most of your experience will come from actual practice. That there's a big gap between the academics and the practice. Sorry if I missed it. Do you see any DRS effect on FTD data? I don't know yet. I have to like, I'm gonna have to process the like net increase percentage wise of rolling FTD totals day by day. But even if there isn't a net increase on FTDs, right, that could just mean that we haven't hit the break point where enough shares are DRS'd for those FTDs to spike, right? So it may be that, you know, DRS has to hit a certain level to see an increase in FTDs. So just because, even if the data doesn't show me that yet, it just means that, you know, there's not enough shares DRS'd. Grace Foundation, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Oh, crap.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Read Bob Smith's new TD. Can you DM it to me, turd? Oh, you did. Okay. I feel like That's a bit early for the DRS taking hold, right? Is that July? I don't really think we saw any significant DRS action until like late August. Or like even like the uptick in interest was still, I think it was pretty small around that point. When was the first like I registered post? That's interesting. I'm gonna go over it too after the stream because I want to know how much, and I need to separate like the spike values from the rolling total. Easy getting ready to pop. That is a real guesstimate. Okay. Yeah, I think like post Crayons DD, it was like a couple weeks before we really started to see like a significant jump in interest in DRS. But yeah, you could look at like Google history, like search history, I guess. September 13th is around the time it started to take off on Superstock. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That it was like near the roll date. But I want to separate like the roll fails from the running total of FTDs, Bob. Yeah, it's been an ongoing thing forever, but like people were doing it, right? Like it took a while for it to pick up in popularity. People started talking about it like when they first started talking about like the voting. Back when that was like the big theme that everybody had to vote, and like that's when DRSing first really started to get brought up in any significant amount. You want to separate rolling total from normal FTDs to confirm an ICS effect? No, I want to see if there's a positive increase in the rolling total since DRS started to pick up. Bob. So like the spikes, we know those are fails from derivatives, right? So it's like the day-to-day without the big fail dates. Like that's what I'm looking for, an increase in FTD totals from DRSing. Is my understanding correct that this morning run-up was FOMO based on volume and now is gamma exposure? This looks much more like gamma exposure covering. But they may have covered gamma exposure earlier in the day as well, right? We don't know. They could have been covering it this whole time. But yeah, this slow, steady price improvement on low volume, this is generally indicative of them covering gamma exposure. No, it was the idea that I think Carl. I think what he means is that it was the idea that somehow voting would cause a MOASS. September 12th through 18th. Thank you, Light K. Yeah, so Bob, maybe you want like from September 12th on. I mean, I'm gonna run the data too, but if you're still looking at it. I don't think there's a side to DRS that helps the other side. That's ridiculous. My wife is screaming at your stream right now. She's sick of AMC DRS discussion. Just give her TA and FTDs analysis and she'll calm down. After bouncing off VWAP, we've formed a lovely low volume uptrend indicative of gamma exposure covering. I'll run it too. Let's see if we end up with the same conclusion. Okay. People thought that GameStop would be responsible for triggering the squeeze, and I just never thought that was going to be the case. I've been using this multi-time frame VWAP indicator, tested a bunch, and I must say, weekly VWAP equals extremely strong level. The indicator I use is multi-time frame VWAPs by Anki TradingView. I've used multi-time frame VWAP before. It's a solid indicator. It's very good for stocks. It's very good for a certain bundle of stocks. Things with a high retail participation, I think you're going to have issues with. Like things that don't follow their fundamentals as well. Or have really high turnover. What's the purpose of covering gamma? Gamma exposure is the result of delta hedging. They have to cover it to remain delta neutral. You once said we don't need a catalyst. Has that changed? No? I agree that GameStop simply has to improve their business. And would prefer if they did not attempt to improve the price of their stock through any other means. LRC, $2 end of the week. Looks like it's running back up again. It looks good. I mean, a lot of people sold on the spike. It's expected. That always happens with crypto. It'll test again, probably. What's up with the conference today? Nothing. It's irrelevant. It's probably about like Black Friday. Anybody who's worked in retail, I'm sure, has had like pre-Black Friday meetings It's standard. They're telling them to batten down the hatches because hundreds of apes are going to FOMO into the retail locations. It's in their best interest to stay delta neutral, Mr. T. It's not that they necessarily do, but if they become overexposed and they are not hedged properly, it will blow them up. If shares get dear, shorts will never be able to fully close, and that GME will squeeze on buying pressure anytime after MOASS. What's your take? Sounds like baloney. I think the best case scenario for DRS is that locates become impossible, leading to lenders recalling short positions. Which can happen if the price goes up enough anyway, so. Yeah, but 4 hours company-wide. It's not about the fucking stock, I'll tell you that much. I'm sure whatever information is said in the meeting will leak. Especially if it's company-wide, right? I worked retail for 10 years. I've never been to a 4-hour meeting. You just weren't high up enough. Isn't it just managers? Managers in retail have 4-hour meetings all the time. Black Friday and supply chain issues aside. You're all fired. The stock will go to the moon if they do that. Flip a coin with my cat 207 50s. I was a manager at my local Wendy's and had a 4-hour meeting at the dumpster. It's a Four Loko Black Friday meeting. Whew, that'd be fun. Why is Coinbase Pro so slow? It's giving my computer cancer. I don't know. I'm not sure if I should get calls for November 12th, 2020. Or 220. I don't like November 12th as a date. Just tell Moon to short cat and it'll go back up. Easy. were due to noise? Some people were saying the increase of FTDs on 1013 were due to noise. Okay. Sure. I don't frankly care what some people think. Yeah, especially during that time period. It doesn't affect shorting through ETFs or bona fide market making. It also doesn't affect option shorting. Well, it causes shorting through bona fide market making. But, yeah. Still banking on January 2022. Yeah. I still think that's the most likely time. The stock's fine. It's up $3. We're trading sideways. You're easily in my top 3 pickle-themed financial entertainment purveyors. Can you play the chant for my wife to hear? If someone becomes a billionaire. I can't just wear the chant out willy-nilly. Alright, I'll play it. Which one?
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Can you please play the Pigeon Wheel song for my son, please? He has cancer. Why would I waste it if he's gonna die anyway? Lentil burrito. I think the record amount of dislikes is the day we all went billionaire. You got so grumpy at us that you left it on repeat for 20 minutes and left the room. That was a great day. What would be the best time to buy January 2 300 calls to avoid unnecessary theta decay? Later. I don't think January is the right calls to buy. I think buying January calls is how we don't end up MOASSing. Currently max is 185. Let's just say it stays there until Friday. We end up above 200. I mean, it'll move up if we trade it above 200 and into Friday. But why not buy some semi-cheap calls on Friday to play the expected move Monday, Tuesday? You could try. How much of this was gamma exposure or ETF or loop ring is still an unknown, though, Hacksaw. So, like, while it may still be there, it's risky. So that we can remember he'll never be one. All right. If you're going to come at me with that, then I have no choice but to play it.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named Fiendwop. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper-headed bitch, you see. But most likely, you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine.
Premiums in February are high right now.
Not in your piggy bank, but at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling covered calls like Movement, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Girk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously, guys, not a cult.
When was the last time you did a manual pigeon whale call? I do them all the time, Paradoxical. Don't call me out with your gray name. So you would have any advice? I'm just fucking with you, man. I know you've been here forever. If not January, which call dates to best cause MOASS? I mean, theoretically, the best dates to have calls would be after January 25th. As the last, so the last fail date is on the 25th. This is also the last exposure date for leaps. So if you have calls on this day, like out anywhere beyond this, right? They then have to hedge in addition to covering exposure and fails. What happened last year is everyone sold their calls at the peak and then the fucking price dropped, right? Because last year, same mindset. All the calls expired on the 22nd. All the GME leaps, but the exposure wasn't until the 26th. So when everyone sold, they didn't have to cover that. They didn't have to continue to hedge. They only had to cover their exposure. And that's why we saw the price tank. If we go back and look. The first, like, these are regular candles. So on the 29th, was it the 29th? Hold on. 26th, sorry. The options expired on the 26th. So on the 30th, which was our first, that was our peak, right? Was the 30th when they covered, well, our peak was on Friday. And then Monday, they covered their exposure, and then we went straight down after that. So, like, if people were still holding calls, the price would have just continued up. Because they would have had to have covered their exposure while hedging the options that were coming into the money. So, but all the pressure got relieved right here. So while I think there's money to be made on January options, I don't think those are the options that you want. Or that, well, they're not the options MOASS wants, right? And then if they're trying to cover exposure and people are fucking exercising options, that creates more exposure, right? Which they then have to cover. So then they have to hedge the option all the way up and then find 100 shares to satisfy it. Oh, you could exercise calls with the buy button turned off. They never turned off the sell button. They just stopped people from buying the stock and the options, right? They needed to stop the FOMO. But if you already have options in place, they can't stop that, right? They can turn off all the buttons, but they can't stop hedging or they blow up. The LRC and GME be a buy the rumors, sell the news scenario. I think LRC is probably fine on its own without its correlation to GameStop. So you would exercise your options at the peak of MOASS. I would exercise them on the way up, putting additional pressure. Right? It's like if you exercise on the way up, then they have to find another 100 shares to satisfy. When they're already digging for shares to cover short positions. MOASS, self-fulfilling. As are all prophecies. The ghost of Dan. So would exercising be the equivalent of fornicating with them in 2 holes? Yes. It would be. It would be it's a double fornication. It's an Eiffel Tower on the short hedge funds. So we have right here we have and then we have like oh, now I get it. There you go. This is the infographic. This deserves a like. This is my next tattoo. Does basically mean T+2 covering is done? Yeah, possibly. The fall below VWAP's pretty bad. That means the pressure's let off. Best DD ever. Top tier TA. This is the best 50 bucks ever spent on increasing the blood tissue. Thank you. I'm gonna add this to the emojis. Hold on. I haven't added emoji in a long time. Boom. New emoji. I did it. DRS is part of holding. Remember when I was a port? I couldn't do this. Am I banned? Can anyone see this? I can see it, Monkey Floofy. I can't just live edit a plugin onto the image. A simple guide to options. Buy in or out the money. 2, think about the amount of time you need and then add to it or double it. Don't be a degenerate gambler and go cheap. Yeah, that's the simple guide to options. Carlo, thank you so much for the donation, man. Are you buying them as spreads or individually? I'm buying spreads. Not everyone can do that, though. Sava blowing up? Jesus. My chart on WeBull shows a lot of gaps. Yours doesn't. Is there a reason for this? Different candlesticks. Polensky Lucian. If we close above 100, I'll like the stream. No, not Diamond Hand weeklies until they expire, Dilly Dillerson. God damn it. Yeah, you don't Diamond Hand February 18th calls either. You just hold them past January 25th. This is why, but this is why we didn't keep going up last January. If all the options were in February, they would have been completely fucked. How do I exercise options when I don't have any money? You can buy 2. So if you have 2 300Cs and GME's price goes to 600, you can sell one and exercise the other. Boom. 100 shares. That means even at today's prices, which I'm sure are absurd, for $3,200, you could have 100 shares of GameStop. That's a damn good deal. Also, cashless exercise if available. How do you close and exercise different parts of the leg? It depends on the leg. Dime. The rest of the week is probably not as good, Monkey D. Floofy. Did 300C go up? It did. IV went up. They were like $1,160 when I was talking about them last week. Play any earnings this week? A couple. Or have I actually? Maybe I haven't. I haven't played any earnings this week. I played other stocks though. Do you really have to call Fidelity? Yep. Can't wait to figure out how to make money so I can be shamed as a poor in your community. Me too. I want Ivy to drop in the next couple weeks too. My 300C costs $1,900. WeBull, what gives? What 300C? Did you just buy it at the ask? You bought it at the ask. You can lower the limit. Or, yeah. See, you just click down. So, like, the mid is 1838. So if you put in a limit for 1840, you can probably get a fill. You see, you just like bought at market. You bought the ask. How do you play earnings without getting IV crushed? You can straddle them. I mean, you're gonna get IV crushed if the stock doesn't do anything significant after earnings anyway. You can buy further out dates. So if you buy weeklies, that's how you get IV crushed for earnings. But if you buy further out, that where the IV is lower, you won't have that problem. Never go full ask. Think of the ask and the bid this way. The bid is what you want to pay. Like, say you're going to buy an item on Craigslist, and somebody's like trying to sell their $300 item for $300. That's the ask, right? And the bid is like the 150 you're willing to pay them for their garbage. You slapped the wrong ask. Why are people buying February calls right now when we were up over 200 and have been volatile? I don't know. I mean, I have some Februaries, but I bought them before we moved. I bought them on that dip down to like 168. I think we were around like 170 something when I bought in. I mean, just anytime GameStop's around 162, I'm buying calls, no matter what. I mean, the fact of the matter is, though, it doesn't really matter when you buy them. Like, you could get more buying later, but they're going to go up, right? Oh, I have so much shit I have to do today. Can you shamelessly plug your YouTube membership tiers and what you get? I can't see it on my phone. Yes. I never do this, so let me give it a shot, and not in my weird captive video that YouTube made me record. Cornishon, you get emojis and like a green name in chat, and I think it lifts the chat like time restrictions. Long Johnson gets access to the members only stream and everything Cornishon gets. Dillionaires gets you access to the Dillionaires Country Club, which is the private Discord, and then everything the Long Johnsons and Cornishons get. And then Pigeon Whales gets you access to all the things that other tiers get, plus you get to lord it above the pores in your own private channel, where they can only react to your statements but not comment on them. Don't clip this, though. Oh, and then Pontiff at VWAP just gives me $250,000. Go nuts. Did you ASMR saying $50 billion directly to the camera yet? No. Is that something you need? I don't want to do it. What's the price? Oh, Cornishon's, I think, 5. Long Johnson is $9.99. Dillionaire is $24.99. And Pigeon Whale is $99.99. I don't know, because I only see the totals after YouTube steals it, and I can't remember what I set them up at. Well, February calls, but I assume that we should wait for this movement from today and yesterday to die down first, right? It looks like the highest strike 3070 is over a K, 1K each right now. Yeah. Whatever happened to the podcast guy? I don't know, but those were so fucking great. I probably pissed him off. Wendy's dumpster membership is free. Join now. If I become a Supreme Pontiff of VWAP, will you tell me I matter? You matter? Sure. What's most likely to get me a $250,000 unsecured loan? Is Pigeon Whale for picks? We don't talk about that. I also became a Dan for VWAP, Tender Love and Embrace. No, the Pickles picks are available for Dillionaires. Pickle picks are only available for Pigeon Whales. Will anyone have access to you during MOASS, like on the private Discord? No. Mudson, thank you so much for coming to Cornichon, man. Whose pickle are they pics of? I don't know. Little does Pef I know. I have a secret USB of all his OnlyFans content. Thanks, Sean Daniels. If we have 213K FTDs on 1013, we might price spike 1117, right? Right before I'd want to... No, the FTDs are cleared that day. So if you look at the following day, that's how many FTDs are left over from the day before. Or, you know, how many there are total on the stock. There's no Dillionaire shirt. I don't have any merch. Chris, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. I gotta play Mudson a song too. So you're gonna have to bear with me here.
Welcome to Cornichon. Cornichon. Cornichon.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Is there a Pontiff song? No. If someone becomes a Supreme Pontiff of VWAP, I turn the stream off for the day. Immediately. So why is XRT ripping? That's a good question, Daniel Taylor. With Ivy, that's I can't tell you when to enter or exit your calls. I can just outline what I think the opportunities are. AL, that's a decision you got to make on your own. If we continue the uptrend, then you know you're gonna get burned. If we downtrend, then you won't. Hey, Gherkin. Been some meetings all morning long. What's up with the price action today? I didn't think we'd see much. I mean, we definitely have some gamma exposure today, but it looks like we're still moving with the rest of the ETF baskets. XRT's ripping right now. On the daily, we kind of have like a nice descending wedge too. Like out to here, like on the intraday. So we're definitely consolidating a little, but I could see us. That's interesting. Same lows. So it's a pennant. So we could see a breakout of this before the end of the day. And possibly a little more upside. I don't know if we'll see the covering continue into tomorrow, but we might. You missed my super chat. Oh no. Become a Dan today. Oh god damn it. Stop advertising for the Dans, VWAP Dan Seipel. Tender love and embrace. And a spot behind the Wendy's dumpster. Jesus Christ. I don't know if I missed it or I just didn't read it on purpose. Should I exit my November? Is it November 19th? What is this painting representing? This is the Holy Trinity of MOASS. Praise be to VWAP. Just based on the price, I'm still waiting though. I'm waiting until before the November run. We see the same volume tomorrow. Can we just suspect this is being institutional buying and not gamma exposure? Yeah. Is cat making a head and shoulders? It looks like it. No, they are not too pointy. But it also doesn't look super bearish. This is technically well, yeah, it's like a descending head and shoulders. It's a little bit better shot at breaking to the upside. LRC consolidating, probably. I'm sure it had a big sell-off at like $2. I haven't been looking. Yeah. It's too pointy a TA term. No. Yeah, I've seen car. Do you stream with shoes on? Sort of. I have like sandals that I'm wearing. No, I haven't dived into the FTD data yet. I'm gonna have to do that after the stream's over. If I even have time today. I have a bunch of shit I have to do after the stream, so we'll see. But yeah, I'll get as much done as I can. I should have some information in the morning. I almost said, let me see your feet IRL at work. I need to get a grip. Just let it out. It's your third month of subsidizing your electric bill now. Have you paid off your debt to them yet? No, it's catastrophic. I overexposed myself to the electric company. Do you have a play in mind with LRC? No. I bought a bunch of it for 30 cents. It's worth more now. I'm okay with that. Procrastinator. How do you get electricity on margin? Don't worry about it. You can get anything on margin. I thought you overexposed yourself to TGIF. I've overexposed myself a lot of times, but what kind of crypto mining operation are you running in your house? Don't worry about it. Thanks for the Sava shout out. No problem. I don't remember shouting it out. I hate that stock. LRC plays to the moon. I don't know about that. I don't have any tattoos. I heard if you pack your margin into derivatives, you can use it to get more margin. I overexposed myself on a spring break at Daytona Beach, but fortunately there was no social media platforms back then. So you're just saying some guy with a Kodak quick shot forever has you internalized or eternalized? Sorry, too many stock things in my head. It was Fujifilm quick shot. That's what it was. Fucking disposable cameras. Did you hear that in the lunchroom at Citadel? Hear what? SG944. Why are the short hedge funds so buff? I don't know. It's got thick arms from jerking off the other short hedge funds. Short hedge fund circle jerks. If I could get your arms jacked. What indicators are you using additional to VWAP? Currently, I have the EMA 60, 30, 60, 120, and 160 up. Is this a good entry point for Baba? Maybe. Yes. Oh, I did say it had more room to the downside. I remember this from yesterday. And it does. It's got a tiny bit more room to the downside. And then inverse head and shoulders and a big boom. Motion refuted. Chakiseki. Motion denied. Tell me how to draw my short hedge funds, Bonnie. Can we figure out when Baba earnings are? Some places say November 3rd. Some say November 4th. Huh. I'm sure you could with a Google search. Was it EMA indicator on WeBull only give me one line? Go to edit and change it and add more lines. Descending wedge right now on the daily. On the intraday, yes. On the daily, no. The daily is just like big up. Huh, I sold my 290C weekly for a profit. Victory. Congratulations. Where volatility. AFKA VWAPs here. You're saying buy Google? No, I didn't say that. Avis, 100% move reasonable or come down tomorrow? I have no fucking clue, man. And no, its move was unreasonable. Did it ever cross your mind to paint your face for the live stream? No. Why would I do that? Yeah, so you can just like just put the eyeball here. Boom. Give him an eyebrow and a mustache. I don't know if he has a mustache, but I'd imagine he would. Much appreciated. Very clear now. Good. It makes me irrationally mad how many people on RSS complain about you, even though you're providing regular TA for free to the community. Whatever. The spice melange does weird stuff. Each day the stream improves despite all reason and expectations. Do you think SoFi could run? One day. I'm waiting for Ivy to decrease. Some of you seem impatient. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Thoughts on the God Emperor, hero or villain? Impartial. Do you believe in life after love? Please, Gark Rodriguez. What are you saying? I believe in love after love. Damn Corleone. I believe in life after MOASS. Makes me irrationally mad that you first told out on showing your calves and now you won't even show your feet. I'm not gonna get wrecked. On Baba, is the bottom of the shoulder 158? It depends. It could be as low as 158. Like theoretically, but it looks like it's ascending, right? Because this peak was higher. So it's like if those are the same angle, which I believe they are, 11 degrees. Ooh, they're not. No, they are. Yeah. So it's likely that is the floor of this shoulder. Interesting. It's time for me to pick up some Baba calls. Or earnings get crushed and I get wrecked. What's up, Madara? If I fly to New York City, will you tell me what to do with my corn? Just wait for the market price to go up and sell. Corn trader. I thought this is what you did. Didn't you buy and sell corn? Why do you need my advice? Can you think of any bear case, GME bear case that has a shred of probability? Yeah, I can. Short hedge funds continue to push the price action past January into the next year, giving them more and more time. And if they have a way out of their position, more time is going to help them realize that. Why don't you use the parallel lines for that? I don't know. Because it's more fun if I do it freehand and then they just actually are parallel. Where's Han? I don't know. Probably at work. I think she has a job. Holy fuck, that diagram is money. Isn't it, JFresh? I knew you'd love it. This is what we were talking about, right? Sell that diagram as an NFT? Only if it comes true. Why would I sell it? Why would I just make it an NFT and keep it for myself? Oh, yeah, this isn't GME. Sorry. Sorry, scaring everybody who just came into the stream. There's a couple posting not safe for work content. I read it with the name Pickle Juiced. I'm 90% convinced that it's you. Maybe it is. Can you clip this whole stream? No. But I can save it as a VOD. Did JFresh get called away? Probably. He had 200 Cs, everyone. Just make sure that everyone knows that. The Moonwinds CCs are way out of the money. JFreshes are likely going to be assigned. I have not been called away. You lucky son of a bitch. Riku. I like that we are the pillars. Is the idea that shorts are somehow replacing shorted GME shares in XRT? That's causing GME to run these last 2 days? It's possible that they're covering some price action on XRT, Dr. K. Where have you been? You haven't been trolling me as much lately. Did you get food poisoning from your atrocious cooking? What's up, Johan? Howdy. If my college textbooks had diagrams like this, maybe I wouldn't have gotten B's and C's. Nah, you would have, Corn Trader. Who the fuck is Babish? He has like a cooking channel. He's trying to oust me. 500 shares. Someone clearly didn't buy it last year. So I got a WeBull account with level 2 approved, you and everyone else. Want a paper trade, but can't find out how to do that with options. Any insight, or do I need another platform? TDA has options paper trading. I don't think WeBull does. You're right. Okay, so how far back in the stream do I need to go to understand what's going on with GME? I don't know. Just rewatch the whole thing at like whatever the max speed is. Is he the smiling Middle Eastern guy? No, that guy freaks me out. I don't like watching his videos. The Turkish dude that's just constantly making big things that don't look like they taste good. He has 9 million subscribers on here. Jesus Christ, that's a lot. Well, that's good, right? Exposure is good. I'm not going to fucking complain. No, he bought it at 20. Bastard. Opinion on mono? I don't know shit about it. It's been doing okay the last couple of days, but I don't know what it does or how it works. See you later, Dr. K. Thank you. I thought I was the only one. No. What's behind 205? 210? We've already been there today. Let's find out what's behind 1,000. All right. Fuck these what's behind 180 bullshit price points. But does Babish ever come to the chat? No. Right? What the fuck? Like, does he even say hi? He probably watches Mac Horrors. Oh. Sammy boy here all day. Well, I'm glad to have you, Sammy boy. How do I get verified? Do I need more subscribers? I want to be verified as Pi-Fi. No, he didn't mention my stream. My stream would have blown up. I'm impressed that he got in at $20 initially. Pineapple deep dish and you two eat it together in New York City. That sounds fucking awful. The algo is allergic to 205. Okay. What's behind 350? Seems like big one post in January. Yeah. I mean, we've been at 350. Breaking 350 is significant. Even in January, we traded very little volume above that price point. Babish makes dishes based on movies and TV shows. He bought in low, but just upped his position. Oh, okay, cool. GME back to $20 fast. I know more about the shorts than you do. It'll explain soon. All right, Jay Fresh. Backcourse couldn't get verified, so you should definitely do it. I don't know how. Yeah, I want to DRS the channel. What's behind 1,235,267? Alexa, what's a boof? Oh, she's not going to tell you the truth. I first bought at 20, not knowing anything. Sold half when it went to 40. Then 10x my positions. So my basis is like 170 now. That's not bad. That's in the low range. I know it sounds disgusting, but it's hilarious. It would be excellent exposure for you and the GME cause in general. Maybe I could like tweet at him. I don't know how that works. Thanks for the piece of shit feedback. You're welcome. Oh, you need 100k subs to get verified? That's never gonna happen. I'd have 100k subs if 90% of people didn't hate me. Maybe if it was more energetic or positive. 99%. So you're telling me I could have 1 million subs? I hate you and I'm still here. His channel's huge and he's in New York City. Interesting. Have you ever considered being more likable? No. That would mean more people in here, which would mean more stupid fucking questions. I get enough fucking, did you DRS your shares or are you vaccinated questions every day without fucking having to get more, like, if I get more people in here, there's gonna be more of that. Have you considered being less likable? I feel like I'm already there. Just restrict non-subscriber comments. No, I don't want to do that because like people have real questions that need answers. There was only 10 new people in here today and it was unbearable. I watched your first stream and you were much more measured in your comments on AMC. Yeah, that's just irritation over time. I got rubbed the wrong way so much that I snapped. Your elitist attitude is why I'm here. Never change. Don't say that. I hate you and I'm a sub. Thanks, Parrish. How many percent points of my net worth should I throw into options? Corn trader, 0 times 100 is still 0. Explain diagram. Holding and exercising options that fall after the fail date of the cycle, plus DRSing and buying and holding shares, come together to make MOASS, which fucks short hedge funds and all their available orifices. Flip a coin. If heads, I will spend all the cash in my account on November 26th calls on the price drops, then roll out and up in February. If tails, I will spend all the cash in my account on November 26th calls, plus I will add funds and buy a couple more contracts because fuck it. You know what, Danrod? The coin landed on its side. I don't know what to tell you. See? Wait, can you see it? It landed in between my fingers. So both. Why not both? Que no los dos, or whatever the hell it is. I can't ever remember that meme. But my fingers are beautiful. Is it sexist to assume short hedge funds only have 2 orifices? No. Short hedge funds have sexist hiring policies. The SEC talks about it all the time. Sexist and likely racist hiring policies. No, my nails aren't painted green. Oh, because there. Or a fizz. Do you switch to regular candles and figure out horizontal support resistance levels? If not, why not? I don't know. I don't, and sometimes I do. It depends on how much volume's on. If there's enough volume on the candle, I'm not really worried about it. You're overanalyzing shit, Stefan. It's easier than that. I've come to realize I may hate you, the channel, the community, chugging, and pickles. Oh well, guess as the other things in life, I'm just gonna have to deal with you being a perpetual part of my life. Guess I'm gonna chug in 3 hours. Fucking awesome, Dan Rod. That's what I like to hear. Hold on. I need to put my pickle candle up here. There we go. You know, if I sold candelabras of me that looked like this, I could probably put Gwyneth Paltrow out of business. Just have to convince people to smoke their genitals like a brisket. Curiouser and curiouser. I would fuck that candle. You would, Jay Fresh. But you're a cat and you're horny all the time. You don't have to convince me. That's dancist. There's no individuality among the Dans, all right? I can thank whichever Dan I want. You're a hive mind. It's thanking all the Dans simultaneously. Who's the bitch that hates the chugs? How dare you assume Jay Fresh's species? He sends me pictures of his penis painted green like almost every day. I think it's fair to assume his species. I know what a cat dick looks like. All right, let's go. Test 110 again, or 210 again. Flip that. God damn, I'm getting called away for sure. You absolutely are, Jay Fresh. You could have bought calls and hedged. Like that thing I keep telling Moonwind to do, but he never listens. Alright, we're just ripping. Fuck it. Let's go. MOASS. Pi-Fi saying 110 instead of 210. I did it, I know. Release the button. Teach me about stop losses quick. Calm down. Darth Dan, don't you ever assume I'm a Dan Rod ever again. He's a chugging legend. I'm simply a chugging Dan. In comparison to the master, apologize to Dan Rod for assuming he was a Dan who may have paper-handed for one day. All right, listen. You guys have repeatedly told me that all Dans are the same. Are you guys not a hive mind anymore? Are the Dans falling apart? Is there a weakness in the Dan hive mind structure? Did you lose your queen or something? Danielle? Just like Warden predicted. Uncharged box, thank you so much. The chat has slowly made them human again. Sounds like it. I think there's a chink in the Dan armor. I think we can use this to break down their society. Free them from the Wendy's dumpster. It's not a racist slur. It's a saying. And I'm pretty sure it's not spelled the same way either. Ridiculous. It's an idiom. Refer to a weak spot in a figurative suit of armor. The standard meaning is similar to that of Achilles' heel. Calling you an idiom, Francis. This is definitely starting to look like institutional buying. A little bit. It's looking like something secure. Something that's not covering FTDs. Achilles' heel is a racist slur against the Greeks. No. Which way does your clue point? Straight up. Bid ask is approaching $1. It is. It's getting real wide. So mine went from 6 to midnight. Where's your... We need to come together for our fellow pickle viewer during this time of need. Are you okay, dude? We can do... What can we do to help you feel better? Remember, things may be hard now, but it'll be better with time. Thank you, Dan. Calling all Dans. Have we seen similar movement prior to the ETF date on previous quarters? January, maybe. I think we ran up into the ETF date for January. Yeah, we did. Curious. That's not like this, though. This had very little upward movement. This would be like this part of the cycle. This is too much upside. Comparatively. It's bullish, like, means fucking FTDs are piling up somewhere. Super depressed during the big chat wall. Hoping it would get lost. I'm concerned for him. Timothy ASDGF chat, super depressed during the big chat wall. You alright, dude? We're here for you, man. We'll talk to you. Everything's okay. Yeah, Carl likes your face. So you can worry about the end of the month. Could they be using this positive price action to do something nefarious? Timothy, you can reach out to me or the mods if you need to talk about anything, man. You're always welcome. I may be the worst trader you've ever heard of. No, you're just the worst trader. I've never heard of you. Does a pickle need a hug? Someone needs a hug, Pickle Morty. Get on it. Crawford, I hope the Dans suffer and continue to decline. The Crawfords will rule one day. I'm always depressed, but it's all good. Just hold my hand while we MOASS. All right. So you're just normal. I think a lot of depression just comes from people thinking that other people are happy, but it's all a facade. Save a JFresh and buy a GME put today. JFresh, just give it up, man. You've gotten filled. It's okay. Danrod, put their pickle in my jar. The Dans are fine. In fact, we've never been better. This sounds like PR. It's challenging to balance being a pigeon whale and a Dan as they naturally fall on opposite ends of the spectrum. Darth Dan and I will figure it out over a couple of $5 bottles of wine. Join the Dans. Fuck the Crawfords. Quit trying to make the Crawfords a thing. They're not a thing. Well, they seem to be a thing. The Crawfords give me O'Doyle family vibes. And the Dans don't, Daniel Rock. Thanks for the love and support, everybody. I'm good. I just need that store-bought serotonin. For sure, man. Well, there's some serotonin for you, Timothy ASDFGHJKL. How do I DRS my sadness? You can't. Just push it down and move on. Stop spamming Dan Power in the chat. Dan Jihad against the Crawfords. Thought exercise for you. 115 shares, 169 cost basis, 23K in cash. Sell 220 CC for next week. Also sell CSP for like 190 a strike. Personal mini wheel for a while. You could just sell bull credit spreads if you think the price is going to stay up, right? I can't read all this. Too much Dan Crawford nonsense in the chat now. We have more of a family bush than a family tree. I'm sure you do. Slam the power hour song. We need it today. I don't want the stock to go up more today. I want it to stay sideways so I can buy my calls.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
For just one in the money put, you can sponsor a JFresh for 3 DTEs. No, we either get some sideways or we don't, right? I recalls. I'll be behind the Wendy's dumpster tonight. We can work something out, I'm sure. Buyer of Moonwind and JFresh's calls. Thanks, Nelstradamus. One day that song launching a bomb on the chart, and we never see you or the Dans again. Praise be to VWAP. This is the way. Joni, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. Good sir.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Want versus needs. I need to quit my job. Secure, you know, if you did your job, they wouldn't be firing you. I know. The last 6 months have been very unproductive for a lot of people. 9 for some. Reed, Loopring. Oh boy. Now the Crawfords are stealing Ree? How do the Dans feel about this? Can't wait for the sign to appear in the GME movie. Do you think CS servers will crash during MOASS? If so, do you think they'll have a positive impact on price? No? It has to be, it is ETF related, without a doubt. Where can I buy that song? Directly below in the membership sign up page. If you buy 2x options contracts at the beginning of the day, and then sell one later in the day, and the other one later on the same day, does that constitute as 2 day trades? I have no idea. Yes? Maybe? Fuck if I know. I think it does. That's not what your other wife told me, Zakir. I mean, the lady with the child that looked a lot like you. Just a lurker mostly. Thanks for what you do every day and the sacrifices you make to do this. One day I'll be brave enough for options too. Awesome, man. It's not brave, it's knowledge. Knowledge gives confidence. Build up your knowledge, then you'll have confidence. XRT short interest went from 196% this morning to 238.91%. Awesome. Nothing to see there. 300% short ETFs. Perfectly fucking normal, guys. Unfortunately, probably is. I feel like these run-ups we're having are the ones we should have had for the failed futures rollover thesis. Any chance your dates were off by a small amount? No. Any chance they kicked the can on the FTDs? Possibly, but I don't know through what method. JK, Securus wife. Oh, by the way, something on your husband went from 6 to 12. I know you're trying to edge another kid in there. Then you can have the dog and the kid. Does it mean the view up on the daily seems to be ascending? That we're trading more volume at higher prices? Why do you always ask the stupidest questions, Dr. K? XRT is always super short like that. Yeah, I know. Although jumping 150% short interest in one day is not irrelevant, JFresh. This puppy is keeping me busy. Yeah, but you know it's just a band-aid. Do you like to eat your favorite meal, hamburger pie with ketchup and mustard? Oh, God. Casually checking me under the bus. I like the drama. Because it doesn't involve me. Dude, can we act Prima Nocta in Scotland again? These poor Crawfords need to be put in their place. Baby number 4 after MOASS. On a related note, how do I get rid of it? Get rid of what? Sam Q. My cat Freya watches the stream with me as my MOASS co-pilot. She's sick and has to go to the animal hospital tomorrow. Can we get some positive vibes for her? Oh, absolutely. I wish all the best to Freya. I like cats. JFresh could come cuddle her and make her feel better. True story, I just bought a dog at the weekend. A puppy Doberman. Thinking now of naming him Dan so I can clap him and tell him he's a good boy to his... Oh, wow. You are a cat? I didn't say that. You like cats? That's the nicest thing you've ever said about me. Quiet, JFresh, interstellar fairy cat. Don't get your ego all worked up. And get yourself into a lather. And Secure's gonna be like... I know a couple guys that are well off and they have too many fucking kids. And that's gonna be Secure. Post MOASS. He's gonna be that guy who's like, he's got some money in the bank, but he has so many children that he's still poor. Gamma Girl has some interesting analysis. I don't know if I've seen it. Let's say hypothetically you have some disaster options you bought with unsettled cash. If you sell at a loss to get out, can you get a GFE or do they let us slide? Asking for a friend. I mean, you could probably get a GFE. Cheaper by the dozen. TDA restricts shorting on GME. Dope. You're gonna fit in well in Kensington. Where's Kensington? Is that in Philadelphia? Having 12 kids shows you how bad your DNA really is when you average it out. Imagine growing up in a family with 12 children. Like, your parents don't have time to love you. Are you gonna say something creepy when you're rich? Like, I never had kids because the children of all the single MILFs I support are like my kids. What are you talking? Why do they have to be MILFs? Can I give something back without it being weird? JC? Why you gotta make it like that? I don't have 11 siblings and my parents still don't love me. Well, you were, probably kind of a mistake. You got to remember, most of you were mistakes. But it's okay. There's a place for defective toys, or that's what that TV show told me. Big and true. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. I wonder how many people think they weren't a mistake, right? But like, that's just because their parents were like, "Oh no, we totally planned for you. We were trying for so long to have this small human being ruin our adult lives." The island of misfit toys. That's the one I was thinking of. I wasn't told I wasn't a mistake. That's how I know I was a mistake. It's okay. You're wanted here in this financial, not a cult. My dad told me it's my fault. That was a mistake for letting my parents conceive me. Sounds accurate. I mean, you grew up to become a Dan, right? So I wriggled out of 1cc and I'm still positive. Can I wriggle out of the last one? I don't know, JFresh. Can you? That was a mistake. Just ask Graham Crawford. Did he have too much haggis one night? Okay, hails. Hold on. Now, if you're in a loving, caring relationship and one of the partners says, you know, I really think we should have a kid or another kid, that's the mistake. That's not operating on impartial information and clouded judgment is still a mistake. So when you're like, oh, I have 3 kids and it's fucking great. No, you just made mistakes and you don't realize it. That's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. Is it a mistake if you leave the country afterwards? How long are you holding on to those Baba calls for? I haven't bought them yet. Sean Daniels is seducing me. My kids are listening and it's hilarious. Well, no, there's evidence for that, right? Because if you grow up with parents that are like, you weren't a mistake, clearly they're delusional. And that's the mistake. Say something nice to Hale's kids. You're still getting 210 on 1123 or pricing. Price is increasing, so obviously my strikes will go up. We'll see if the price stays up here. Everyone makes mistakes. It's just what you make of them. Look at us. We bought GME and we're in a pickle themed cult. Say something nice to me. I don't know what to say. I want to say you're an excellent mother, but I know for a fact that you let one of your children eat too much candy the other night and throw up. And you're letting your children watch this stream. I think it's loop ring FOMO and or institutional FOMO. It could be either one, yeah. There could be some of that. My dad left me and my brother alone in a hotel room in Germany when we were kids because he had to check out the bar. We're definitely a planned burden. Still have to remind him of that. I never made a mistake. The hood puts were just too early. The mistake was not being able to roll them forward, Moon. I just YOLO'd into cat 11 5 225s. Come at me, bro. That's not how that play works. Good luck to you. I mean, listen, Taryn, if yours print, I'm going to the moon. No, I don't hate kids. Just being realistic about their existence. Does that mean I'm too poor for their brokerage? Probably. I don't actually know what IBKR's restrictions are. They didn't tell me that when I opened my account there. If you've got 50 cents, WeBull will give you fucking level 2 options. What would be a good way to learn and start with options? By paper trading them, Mr. Manny M. If you had a bunch of November 12th, $16 BBBY calls, would you get out now or let it ride? My profit's 157%. You could take some profits, right, Jason? No, not roll them. But you could take some profits. You could sell some and take those profits and put them back in your pocket for a later options play. And then keep some to see if the price increases, right? That way you cover your buy-in. I don't know. That's what I would do, usually. Oh, cool. Are we about to rip? I don't think so. I don't know what I'm talking about. Draw some lines so we can rip. No. Okay, I'll sell 5 and keep 5. Total buy-in was 440. They're now worth 11.19. Okay. Cool. I'm glad you came to that decision on your own, Jason. I think you're a biology major. Are you ignoring evolution? Or is that your point? Evolution has compelled humans' desire to make tiny mistakes. I mean, that's the whole goal of like humans as a species, right? Is to all species is to replicate. Have you seen Avis? I have. Didn't you have a feeling that we constantly go up the next days, or is it just me? I think it's just you. Still waiting on someone to wire me 80K. You might be waiting a while, dude. I didn't burn ants with a magnifying glass. I was a lovely child. I was well behaved and well mannered. And it took me months to eat all my Halloween candy. Then what happened to you? Life made me shitty. Did I just read the crayons and gain a wrinkle? This was the most obvious breakout. Yes. Yes, you did, Carl. I'm proud of you. I take it back. You're seeing the Matrix. Then what made you so jaded? Oh, being poor. But you said we weren't going to rip. I didn't say that. I said I didn't want it to. When are you going to reinvest in V again? I don't know. Never? Why is the spread so wide? Illiquidity. So what happens if we're around 225, 230 before the end of the cycle? What's thicker, your arms or your calves? I don't know. They're both pretty big, JC. Which one do you want to see more? I mean, we didn't rip. How many people have watched a stock rip live? Avis was a decent show today. When GME rips, you'll absolutely know. You will. What size are your socks? I don't know, like I buy the bigger ones. They do sell socks in different sizes. The little ones make my toes feel bunched up. GME has a lot going on at NFT NYC, but you're all ignoring it. Yeah, that's probably true. On both points. Is it hard buying shoes on your feet are different sizes? I don't know. 9 to 12 socks are a lie. CVEWS. What's that? It's doing ups. How did you find this? It's got 6,000 volume today, though. And no listed free float. I'm not sure what to think about that. It's going up. That's cool. Socks aren't all the same size. They sell 9 to 12 socks, and they sell larger socks. I think they're like 13 to 15. So I wanted to take on some February leverage. It would be good to wait for the price to come down, and this place would be cheaper. Yeah. The run is because of the SEC rule that just went into effect on Monday. Interesting. Are you talking about the haircut? I don't think that's what caused this run. It might have helped. They had to cover ETF exposure. It's possible. It's nicer to say unplanned. No. What size socks do I get? I don't know. Toddler? Every time I imagine Moonwind, I imagine him being like a 7-year-old with an options account. Like I don't think of him as a grown human being. I just watched Matt Kors openly suggesting to his 10K viewers not to DRS their shares because they wouldn't be able to sell during MOASS. Is he trying to... Whatever. I don't care what Matt Kors does. When Moonwind says 28, he means 2 8-year-olds in a trench coat. Avis Float sold 20.5% short. TD blocks certain option strategies on the stock intraday. Interesting. Can't let the gamma exposure. Fuck them. Interesting. Given that most of his viewers won't be participating in MOASS. Did Coors also tell them that owning AMC won't lead to MOASS? Smooth, am I one of the YouTube shills? Does Coors even have an AMC position? I don't know. What's your outlook for the week? I don't know how long this price action is going to continue. Coors has recently been trying to tie GME into his narrative. Does he even own GameStop? Baba looks to getting happy. Don't say that. Shit. No, go away. Pick up one. If 100 shares long, you could hedge with 100 short CFD contracts. Would you do it in preparation for a lower price before November 23rd? No, because I think there's reasonable... There's good reason to think that we could hold the floor of the long-term trend. I meant if you were a shill, I wouldn't stare at your face 8 hours a day. Thanks, Smooth. Fucking Jimmy's gonna run because of popcorn stock earnings. Jesus. Doubling down on my cat 225s. I mean, my 200s look fine right now, so I'm happy about that. But I really want to see my 215, my 210s and 215s print. I like this Moonwing guy. Fubo doing a thing? Might be. Maccor's just bandwagons on like whatever popular opinion is. I think he just like goes on Google search and like looks at whatever's trending that day, and that's what he talks about all day. Like a robot. How much more vindication should we feel when Adam Aaron releases 500 million more shares? Just don't dance, Moonwind. You know? GameStop tweeted, dip machine broken? Interesting. Will you do a charity boxing match with Matt Kors? If you win, you get to keep the money. You mean if. It was back in May. Yeah, so you can dance if you want to. That was an old tweet. Oh, okay, yeah. I know. I don't care who his coach is. No, I'm not gonna fight some fucking YouTuber. It's stupid. What a waste. What a waste of my time. Continue. So I was back at me. I was walking over to my boss's desk. Could you explain how 50-cent puts makes volatility or hedges volatility? I will. In the DD that will cover that subject. CRISPR in your genes. I'll train you. We gotta beef up those calves. It's not calves. It's calves. You just triggered hat dance lyrics in my head. Thanks. You're welcome. On cow, would you classify this as all just chop? I mean, it's been steadily climbing up for a couple days now. So it looks good. It's getting ready for its moment. But like that old guy in Omaha once said, the market rewards the patient something. Don't be an English patient. You're a baby cow. You raising beef? Fucking every day, man. It gets weird. Well, why does today's chart look like the year-to-date chart? Does it? Except with no MOASS. Like, no. The rip before the rip. Classic lowercase n pattern. Something dark side. AMD ripping to close. Cool. I heard dark side. I was called. You were not, Darth Dan. Back to your chug. You're supposed to be working with Dan Rod to cement the Dan's place as the official subsect. McDonald's is fast casual, business oriented dining. Do you believe TA always works on GME? Like the double bottom at open? Appreciate your thoughts here. No, not usually. Hmm. Well, I'm glad you're you got better. I was actually able to sell 2070 weeklies at a profit. What degenerate bought that from me? Probably market makers or hedge funds. Poll? What poll? Are we going to close at 207.29 or not? Do you sometimes wish you knew who your counterparty was? No? $206.90. $207.41. No. God, no. That would make my day tomorrow insufferable. Don't call me a bear, Trash Dan. The stream's sponsored by Carhartt. No, my t-shirt is. If you had 50K, what would you do with it? Infotainment speaking. Hmm. Nah, just buy a bunch of February calls for GameStop. Or near the money. Do y'all know that TD restricted short selling of GME and a handful of other stocks? Yeah, I heard. That's bullish, right? Didn't that happen right before the run in January? Also, YOLO it on weeklies. I wanted to say that, but then I was like, I wouldn't do that though, right? So it wouldn't be an honest answer. No, I'm not gonna live stream AMC earnings. I don't want to give them any more publicity. AMC earnings definitely gonna send Loopring to the moon. Maybe. How's Loopring doing? It's actually consolidating pretty nicely at 157. It looks good. I like it. Bullish. AMC puts next week? No, I don't think that's a stupid idea. Adam Aaron will say just fucking literally anything to get people to buy more of that stock. As he has proven time and time again. The man has zero ethics. You said 19 days of chop. Now you have to go back to the chalkboard. No, I don't. We didn't fucking MOASS. We just went up $20, which is just double what we usually go up every day. Or down. Loopring's doing okay, but the chart keeps moving from left to right. That's bullish to me. Any specific characteristics? Lower highs. Same lows. So it's holding a floor. Sell pressure is weakening. Are there LRC options? I don't think so. I know you can get like derivatives on Bitcoin, but you're paper trading my options? Nice, Michael. What are your thoughts on if this is covering? Are smaller hedges getting out while they still can? They might be. This appears to be ETF related. as all the ETF stocks, like all the stocks in the same ETFs are running in the exact same way. I don't know if it's ETF FTDs. It probably is, right? The ETFs had a massive FTD spike. But remember I said that, you know, GameStop is only a portion of that. That's accurate. This is, if it's ETF, is today expected to be the last day? I don't know. I don't know where in the like theoretical ETF settle window we would be. I haven't been tracking like the ETF fail dates, only ETF like exposure from derivatives. So ETF fails run on a different cycle. And I haven't even looked into nailing that down. There's baby food all over the walls and furniture. That sounds fucking terrible. See? Mistakes. Wait, no. Secure's wife. Hales told me this trick. Just say that the smell really upsets you, and then Secure will have to clean it up. I'm getting 2 vasectomies. Did you have a good day? I had a pretty nice day, and I hope you had a great day. Thanks, Noah. I did. It was okay. See you tomorrow. Thanks, Sean. You're mad. It's everywhere. Since you're a big fan of Pharma Stacks, where do you see OCGN going? I don't care. Probably down when GameStop goes down. They appear to be running at the same time. I did that research we were talking about earlier. DM'd you the results. Link your thoughts when you get a chance. Okay, cool, Bob. I will. I'm super busy after the stream today, but I'll try to get around to all the FTD shit tonight. It might be a little late though. Let's give her maybe something to sling everywhere, and then hope and pray it doesn't try to swallow the pouch when it's finished. I don't think you could swallow one of those pouches. I've seen them. They're pretty big. My only problem is when I see like 5-year-olds eating out of them. Like, what's going on there? The little fucker's got all his teeth at that age, right? Like, why is he eating pureed food? I see that all the time. Like 5 to 10-year-old children running around eating what I assume is infant toddler food. Why are you busy? I'm moving. I have like a lot of moving things to do. I need furniture and stuff. And I have to buy an appliance. I've never bought an appliance before. So that's exciting. Do you play puts differently than calls? No, they're the same thing, just a different direction. Because applesauce is normal? No, it's not. Applesauce is like something you feed to people that can't eat food. Like when you're sick at the hospital, they give you applesauce. Otherwise, you just eat an apple, right? You don't need it sauced. Here, enjoy this crushed fruit. Ding ding. GameStop, 206.99. Trash Dam must be going wild right now. Thanks, Alana. First, I'm going to go to Brooklyn and argue with a moving company. It is over. 206.99. The short hedge fund's fucked up. 2069. Yours is wrong, Lauren. I don't know. Maybe it's right. Maybe mine's wrong, but I like mine better. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in today. I appreciate it. For those of you that haven't and did become members today, hit me up on the Discord. I will get you added to the Billionaires Country Club as soon as the stream is over. Thank you all so much, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9-ish a.m. Have a good night, guys. Not an advisor. Frigulond.